at the back. Good morning, distinguished guests, real estate leaders, policymakers, innovators, investors, and friends of the real estate industry. Welcome to day 2 of the Real Estate Discussions and Awards 2025. Please, I would like to plead with you to be generous with your applause today. If there is a need to clap, at least you can start clapping for me. But I'm going to introduce myself very quickly, and you have no choice but to clap for me. My name is Eni Fome Ogbimi. I'm a civil engineer. I'm also a global speaker, a master event compere, and a consultant. And one thing that makes me really special is my fire. I have fire for days. But when I come to corporate events like this, I try to contain the fire. We don't want to have an outburst of explosion, right? But one thing that you can get is always engagement, joy, and fun. So today we're going to be having a lot of fun. Yesterday we had insightful discussions, we had solutions, we had strategies, we had beautiful insights, and we really went back to the basics, and we explored the future of real estate. Today we're going to be going deeper, and we're going to be having an award ceremony. We're going to be celebrating real estate professionals who have done exceptionally well in the real estate industry. We had the executive governor of Lagos State, His Excellency, the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. He was ably represented by the Special Assistant to the Governor on Housing, and several other dignitaries who really went deep into the theme of REDA 2025. Now today we're having several dignitaries as well, speakers, panelists. It's going to be another round of discussions, insights, and knowledge, but it's also going to be fun as we are rewarding people who have done exceptionally well. Without further ado, I would like to invite our CEO. Okay, quickly. She needs a minute. All right, so very quickly, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to find out those who were here yesterday. If you were here yesterday, can you just signify with a show of hands? I know people that were here yesterday, so I'm just very quickly going to engage some people. And if you were here yesterday, I would like to hear from you, what is the one thing that you took away from yesterday? I've been smiling at you, so I'm going to come to you. What were you expecting? Yes, of course. Yes, I know you're a speaker, but I know that you were tremendously. Yeah, I want to put you on the spot. Indulge me.
No, thank you very much. So I think yesterday was, the panel sessions were very insightful. I believe the session that had that spoke to retail and the industrial market, that had the likes of Mr. Ayo Akimade. He spoke about the trends that were going on, how you need to be flexible within your developments, ensuring that you're able to adapt to the changes that are coming up, having mixed-use developments, incorporating lifestyle into your developments. I think those things resounded with me, and I think I'm just looking forward to a very engaging session today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for also honoring our invitation to be a speaker. And then you didn't just come yesterday, you're also here today. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Abinichi. Very wonderful name. Okay, I'm going to give it to the lady. Were you here yesterday? Okay.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Yesterday, like he said, was very insightful. One thing I got to learn about was the green mortgage. I think we'll be taking advantage of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For gender balance, I'll just look for one man. I know him. He was here yesterday. Okay. Hello, sir.
Hello.
I want you to share something that was a key takeaway for you yesterday.
Yes, key takeaway. Data is king.
Data is gold. Does anybody else want to share? Does anybody else want to share? Were you here yesterday? Show of hands, please. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I loved yesterday. It was powerful with lots of powerful speakers, and my takeaway was about finances apart from data. And one of the speakers talked about keeping your financial system trackable. And that was powerful because in the system we live in right now, we basically don't really track our accounts, our finances, and that's very key in what we're about doing today and what we've been doing. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll take one more person. One more person. And then I'll go to those who are here today. I'm going to ask you what you're looking forward to today.
Yesterday, it was powerful with lots of powerful speakers. And
What are you looking forward to today?
it was about finances apart from data.
Okay, to learn more about real estate.
Financial system track
Okay, how about you?
To learn about the real estate.
living right now.
Okay, sounds like a very,
Track
uh,
our finances.
I would say basic answer, but yeah, you're in the right place. You're really going to learn a lot about real estate today. So we're gonna just give a few minutes to wait for the Honorable Chairman, the Executive Chairman, Unibongo Local Government Development Area of Lagos State, and then we are going to continue. So for now, just enjoy the soft music and sit back and relax, and I'll be with you again shortly.
To learn about the real estate.
Hey, sounds like a very, I would say basic answer, but yeah, you're in the right place. You're really going to learn a lot about real estate today. So we're gonna just give a few minutes to wait for the Honorable Chairman, the Executive Chairman, Unibongo Local Government Development Area of Lagos State. Okay, now that our podium is here, again, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to REDA 2025, Day 2. I would like to call on the CEO of Think Mint Nigeria, the person of Imelda Usoro Olaoye, to give her welcome address for Day 2 of REDA 2025. She's a visionary par excellence. It takes a resilient leader to organize a conference of this nature for 6 times in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the CEO of Think Mint Nigeria, Imelda Usoro Olaoye, as she gives her welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming so early. We deeply appreciate it. I'd like to welcome everyone to day 2 of the Real Estate Discussions and Awards. We extend our deepest appreciation to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, for his kind message yesterday and for sending in his representative, Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakare, the Special Advisor to the Governor on Housing. We also had the presence of Honorable Ayodeji Joseph, MDCU, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation, LSDPC. We're thankful that he didn't make us miss his physical presence and then sent in his representative, Prince Adeniyi Aromolaran, Executive Directorate of Enterprise Services, LSDPC. We also had an eye-opening speech by Dr. Henry Nebu, Executive Director, Operations Family Homes Funds, amongst other distinguished speakers and panelists. Today we are honored and deeply grateful to have the presence of our esteemed keynote speakers for today and guest speakers in person of Dr. Armstrong Ometakan, who will be joining us, the CEO of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Murphy. We're waiting his presence, but he's around, he'll be joining us soon. We also have here with us physically present Engineer Dr. Oluyinka Olumide, who is the Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Lagos State. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and coming so early. Thank you, sir. We also have here Honorable Moyosori Adebanjo, is the Executive Chairman of Onigbongbo Local Government. Thank you so much, sir. Today we'll be having Dr. Olajide Babatunde, Special Advisor to the Executive Governor of Lagos State on EGS and urban development. He's not around, but he'll be joining us virtually. Thank you, sir, for honoring our invitation to speak. We also have the Permanent Secretary, Office of Physical Planning, Lagos State, Engineer Oluwole Olumide Sotire. He'll be joining us also for today's event, as well as our dear panelists who will be joining us today. Yesterday, we witnessed an inspiring opening day filled with powerful panel discussions, thought-provoking insights, and incredible networking moments that set the tone for what promises to be a transformational edition of REDA. I'm immensely grateful to all our speakers, everyone who accepted our invitation to speak, everyone who spoke yesterday and will be speaking today. You've all made this event a wonderful one. As we step into day 2, the excitement continues. Today's sessions will feature another series of keynote speeches and high-impact panel discussions. And then we'll also move into the prestigious REDA Awards today, where we'll celebrate excellence, innovation, and leadership within the real estate sector. This year's theme, Back to the Basics, the Future of Real Estate, remains our guiding focus, inspiring us to rethink, innovate, and collaborate to unlock the full potential of Africa's real estate ecosystem. We encourage all participants to engage actively, exchange ideas, and build meaningful connections that will drive sustainable transformation within our industry. Once again, we're very thankful to all our sponsors, our partners, and participating brands for their unwavering support in making REDA 2025 a remarkable success. It's my pleasure to welcome you once again to the exciting second day of REDA. May today's conversations, collaborations, celebrations inspire even greater achievements in the years ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We can make that applause louder. Like I said, it takes a resilient visionary to have an event like this for 6 times in a row. Well done to ThinkMate Nigeria. Well done to the CEO, Imelda Osoro Olaoye. Without further ado, I would like to invite our very esteemed chairman of Onigbongbo local government area in the person of Honorable Moyosori Adebanjo. He was born into a humble family in the 80s and grew up in the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Staff Quarters, Ikeja. He attended Victory Grammar School, Onigbongbo, where he was the head boy. He was raised by a pharmacist father and a civil servant mother who instilled in him the tenets of godliness, respect, resilience, and appreciation of honest hard work. He grew up in a family where assertiveness was encouraged, but moderated with discipline. He holds a master's degree in public and international affairs, a BSc degree in health science from the University of Lagos, alongside other certifications in health and safety practices. He is a leader with an uncommon touch who relates equally and amiably with everyone, irrespective of status and orientation. He considers himself never too low to inspire for great heights, not too high to come low. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Moyosori Adebanjo, for being here. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so very much. I am grateful for that citation. I, off protocol, want to particularly thank Madam Imelda for being consistent with this. It's not a child's play to consistently plan this and then build yourself as an institution over time. And you're indeed a very fantastic and wonderful lady. I got to know you shortly, but I know you're going somewhere. The Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Engineer Dr. Oluyinka Olumide, the Permanent Secretary, Engineer Oluwole Olumide Shotire, distinguished guests, partners and industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to be here today as a guest speaker at this year's REDA conference. I want to sincerely commend Think Meet Nigeria for putting together this important gathering that continues to shape the future of real estate in our country. The theme for this year, Back to the Basics, the future of real estate, is both timely and relevant. It reminds us that before we build upwards, we must build on solid foundations. Going back to the basics means focusing on what truly matters, planning, sustainability, inclusiveness, and accountability. Real estate is not just about constructing buildings. It's about building communities. It's about creating safe, functional, and thriving environments where families can live, businesses can grow, and cities can prosper. In Onibongboyo CDA, we have seen how urbanization and population growth are rapidly shaping our local economy. Again, Onibongbo is where we find ourselves as the host of this event. Areas like Ikeja GRA, Okpebi Allen, and Kudrat Abiola are expanding daily with rising property demand, new developments, and evolving business corridors. But these opportunities also come with challenges, from land pressure to infrastructure needs and environmental management. Our approach has been to strengthen collaboration between government, private developers, and residents. To further consolidate these efforts, we are in the process of establishing the Onibongbo Property Investment Company, a special purpose vehicle that will help the local government drive investment in real estate and housing development. Through this platform, we intend to leverage private sector partnerships, promote affordable housing, and unlock new revenue channels that will benefit our people directly. Our vision is clear: to make Onibongboyo CDA not just a place where people live and work, but a model urban community within Lagos, one that balances growth with sustainability and progress with human development. The real estate sector has a critical role to play in achieving this vision. Every construction project means jobs for artisans. Every new estate means more local business activity. Every digitized property means greater transparency and trust. As we plan for the future, we must embrace technology, prioritize sustainability, and ensure that housing remains accessible to all income levels. The Lagos of tomorrow must not only be modern, it must be livable. In conclusion, going back to the basics is not going backwards. It is about refocusing on the values and principles that truly build lasting progress. If we strengthen our foundations in planning, transparency and collaboration, the future of real estate in Lagos and Nigeria will be one we can all be proud of. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all. Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful opening remark. Please, can we have another round of applause for our executive chairman? He's the one hosting us today. Yeah, he's the one that has made Ikeja not just bearable, but beautiful. Thank you so much, sir. Interestingly, I only learned last year that Ikeja is an acronym. How many of us knew that? I didn't know that, and I've been in Lagos almost all my life. So you can check Google to know the meaning of that. But thank you so much, sir, for that very, very warm opening remark. And just a quick announcement, there is a sheet of paper on your seat. Please scan it, because that's where you have the program of events so that you can follow through what we're doing. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite our very, very distinguished, esteemed Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Lagos State. He is the person of Engineer Dr. Olayinka Abiodun Olumide, a distinguished professional and visionary leader serving as the Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development in Lagos State, with an impressive track record spanning over 33 years in the industry. He stands as a beacon of expertise in housing and estate development. Dr. Olumide is more than just a high-level executive. He embodies resilience, motivation, and adaptability. His extensive experience in construction project management has honed his skills, making him a highly motivated and responsible physical planning and development professional. He approaches his work with methodical precision, I beg your pardon, coupled with a deep-seated commitment to delivering exceptional results. What sets Dr. Olumide apart is his unwavering dedication to every project he undertakes. He possesses a customer-focused mindset and a relentless drive to ensure that every project he handles reaches its completion within the defined parameters of cost, time, and quality. His ability to manage the delivery of numerous residential estates and developments, all accomplished within the confines of stringent timelines and budgets, speaks volumes about his exceptional leadership and managerial acumen. In conjunction with his professional exploits, he is a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, CIOB UK, member NIOB, member IFMA, and member NIM. He is a professional builder and is Coburn registered. He's also a member of the Lagos Archdiocesan Committee on Land and Building for all Catholic churches, National Union of Lagos State Students, Yoruba Tennis Club, Waka Club, Catholic Friendly Society, number 3619, Okekpoko Boys, Brethren Elite Club, Owode Irawo. Wow. In 2023, Engineer Dr. Oluyinka Abiodun Olumide was appointed as the Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development by the Lagos State Governor, His Excellency Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and he currently serves the public wholeheartedly in this regard. Many who have worked with him at different levels have highly esteemed reviews about him. But topmost of all is that he is a transformative force. His passion for excellence and his knack for steering projects towards success make him an invaluable asset to any endeavor he undertakes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a rousing welcome, help me welcome our esteemed Honorable Commissioner. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Thank you so much, sir, for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to say good morning to distinguished ladies and gentlemen here seated today. It's a thing of honor for me to be here today. And as I was thinking about the paper to be delivered, I was very glad to hear my honorable chairman, who is our host today, talking about the formation of a new property development company within the local government. But as he mentioned that, my brain quickly started crumbling. That if you want to develop, where is the land remaining in Onibumbu? Where is the land? I can't see you coming up with fresh land of about 2 hectares. I doubt. Except you go into the water area, and I'm sure Wahab will open eye on you. But notwithstanding, that is the way we're supposed to go. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's both a privilege and a responsibility to stand before you today at this REDA Conference 2025 to reflect on the theme that resonates deeply with the work we do daily, back to the basis, the future of real estate. The built environment comprises of many disciplines and professionals. The moderator today said she's a civil engineer, a motivational speaker. I doubt whether she can design any structure again. As the chief custodian of town planning services in Lagos State, I will discharge my address wearing the lens of a town planner. Town planning provides the foundation upon which real estate development thrives. It creates order, enhances value, ensures sustainability, and protects investment. As we navigate the evolving landscape of urban growth, infrastructural expansion, and real estate investment, it is imperative that we revisit the foundational principle of physical planning and sustainable development, the basis that underpin every livable and economically vibrant city. The intersection of urban planning and real estate development is both dynamic and indispensable. It is interesting to note that both town planning and real estate sector falls under the Making Lagos a 21st Century Economy in our Team Plus agenda in Lagos State. We have an agenda that drives our developmental effort in Lagos State. This clearly shows that town planners and real estate developers are partners in progress, not competitors, each playing a vital role in shaping our built environment. Some of the similarities of these two sectors include taking sustainable decisions on land management, efficient resource planning, and sustainable urban development. As a result of the foregoing, as well as the ultimate goal of sustainability, I will highlight some of the opportunities available in real estate development. However, James Gaspro discusses real estate as a space delineated by man relative to fixed geography, intended to contain an activity for a specific period of time. Real estate does, as in addition to the three dimension of space, which is the length, breadth, and the width, a fourth dimension, which is time. Thus, real estate is the creation and management of space-time units within a complex and collective process involving various stakeholders. Now, the opportunities within the real estate sector in Lagos State. Lagos State offers core investment opportunities for real estate sectors in Nigeria and Africa at large. As one of the fastest growing mega cities in the world, it is currently Africa's second largest city economy with a GDP of almost $260 billion, tailing Cairo, Egypt. With an ever-growing population, an expanding middle class, and interesting urbanization, demand for housing, commercial spaces, industrial hub continues to rise. For example, in 2020, a total of about 6,800 applications were granted by the planning authority. And in 2021, it was about 7,800. In 2022, it was over 8,000. In 2023, it was over 10,000 applications, permits granted by the planning authority. And in 2024, it was about 18,000. In this year, 2025, we have recorded slightly over 12,000. Now, if you pick 2020 and 2021, which averaged about 7,000, and you apply a building cost of average, let's say, 20 million, you get a total of about 320 billion. So collectively, from 2020 to date, we've had investment worth almost 3 trillion naira in Lagos State alone. That is quite substantial. Now, opportunities in real estate. Affordable housing delivery through innovative financing and public-private partnership. Example includes the Lagos Home Rent-to-Own initiative by the government, some land scheme under private sector development in Lagos State. I don't want to mention them. Now, again, we have the current effort by the federal government in terms of providing housing stocks for different parts of Lagos, part of which will be coming up along Lekki axis in Lagos State. We're talking of over thousands of units being developed. The next is smart urban management and digital land administration, enabling faster processing and transparency. I think about 2 years ago, we launched in Lagos State, we launched the Lagos Land Bureau, which as of today, we have in record now, right from the very, very first time allocation was done. So every land in Lagos State now, we can actually track them from the very first person that was allocated up to the current status. But the whole idea which we are still working on is that to simplify it in such a way that it will be easier for especially players in real estate to be able to, at their own comfort, get all the necessary details on land transaction. Sustainable design and green building practice, which is to redefine the future of real estate. We're talking about green building initiatives. I think we are yet to start taking advantage of that. Last year, we went for a study tour in UK with Anderson, one of the foremost planner in the world. And in their building, which is heavily green, with every green building initiatives, you have the source that the power are being controlled. And one thing that really got me fascinated was the fact that they even plan for disposal, which is completely new to us here. We don't plan for disposal here. When buildings are constructed here, we believe it should be forever. Real estate is not supposed to act in that direction. Urban renewal and redevelopment projects, which turns underutilized and deteriorated areas into vibrant community. Now, if we look at the trend of growth, because it boils down to real estate sector, life actually begins after graduation. I mean, from University or Polytechnic. And if you take it back to under NYSC service, you probably don't need more than a room. So after service, a job as a junior officer, executive officer, you don't probably need more than a room. It keeps moving up. Married, you and your wife, maybe a room, one bedroom apartment, one or two or three kids, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, thereabouts. And it keeps going like that, and as the salary is increasing. Now, when you are getting to around 40 to 50, probably hitting the peak, the money comes in, then you build a duplex. By the time you cross over 55 to 60, children are all gone. Now, back to you and madam. Now, the implication of that is that why must you still sit down on that? In advanced climate, what is done is to move up to a new area with a lower space requirement, because really you don't need more than that. But we are here to start taking advantage of that. And also, one of the great opportunities of real estate now is the fact that individuals are now facing challenges, which is making the real sector to be booming. And what are these challenges? You have the problem of land grabbers. People are now trying to, why should I be facing a land grabber? I'm going to cut up and down. Why don't, instead of building, buying land and all this stuff? So why not commit myself into expert in real estate? You also have the Omonile problem. It's also another challenge. Foundation money, roof money, decking money, and other stuff. Government regulation is also there. LABSCA, LASPA, material testing, safety commission, who will come and harass and mark the building. There's also the finance problem. You know? Again, doing it yourself may be compromising on quality. So it might be better to leverage on experts in real estates. Location is also very, very key. As an individual, I'm still going to get to that area. As an individual, it might be very difficult for an individual to get a piece of land in a desired area. But if you are leveraging on real estate experts, they can muzzle the fund to be able to get those spaces. It's like somebody now wanting to live in Ikoyi. It will be pretty difficult for you to get your own plot of land. But you can leverage on experts in real estate and buy into properties that are developed within that area. There is also the problem that you are not an expert. You don't have any idea about building production. So it's better you let experts to handle it. And lastly, there seems to be a loss of faith in the procurement systems. Contractors sign contract, inflation today, somebody tomorrow, and the project will not move as planned. Challenges of real estate in Lagos. Rapid urbanization often results in urban decay and the pressure on infrastructure and services. We have a good example of this in Lagos Island and Ebotemeta. All the infrastructures is being rendered useless by the rapid urbanization and the overpopulation that we have there. A good example is the Adenja, Dele, and Isaleko area. We all know the problems that they have now. Limited land availability resulting in high land costs and informal sector. Now, in Lagos, as we know, the total land area in Lagos is 3,577 square kilometers, out of which about 35% is water. So 35% of that will give you 1,252. So if you less that, it's remaining 2,325 square kilometers. Now, a rough check shows that we have about 980 as developed, leaving us with a balance of 1,347. Conserved area about 25, leaving us with 1,324. and infrastructural areas about 200, leaving us with an area of 1,126 square kilometer, which means that remaining available land is about 1/3, 31%. And that clearly explains why there is this always problem with land in Lagos State. And of course, one of the way out of it is, not surprisingly, is the craze on reclamation. Inconsistent adherence to planning, regulation, and unauthorized development. This is very, very common. Sometimes ago, I think about 2 months ago, we rolled out about 176 estates as illegal. There were cries everywhere. But of course, we know what we are doing and the facts are there. Very soon, we'll be going around all those estates to get them to do the right thing. Because before any estate is developed, from about 1 hectare and above, which is 10,000 square meters, you're expected to have your layout approved before you proceed into planning approval for individual building development. However, what we have seen is that majority did not have approval, majority did not comply, and majority have not completed. And this is very bad. If you travel around Ibejuleki, Ikorodu, and Ekpe, you will see so many display boards. God is good estate. Service and scheme, 220 square meter. I mean, what can you build on 220 square meter? And the irony of it is that they have done aggressive marketing in such a way that our brothers and sisters in diaspora have committed serious funds. Because clearly, you cannot get a layout scheme approval for land division of about 220 square meter. It doesn't make sense. You cannot. Environmental degradation, including flooding, waste management, and ecosystem. The problem we have in Lagos regarding flooding, they are man-made. Lagos, though water-bound, surrounded by water, but the land area is still fairly above sea level. But the challenge has been that those available drains are, in most cases, always blocked. And that's why, if you notice of recent, we've been trying to ban some materials, plastic hydrophones, plastic spoons, and plates for serving. You know, these are things that constitute major problem to our drainage route. Affordability gaps, which makes home ownership difficult for low and middle income earners. Now, in the ministry, we from time to time, we do research, and some interesting figures normally comes up. Now, we did a study trying to check on the housing requirement and the salary grade. And we got a very, very interesting S-curve. That is relationship between salary and building costs. You know, for those that earn below 10 million per annum, 20 million, up to about 60. It's an interesting curve, but I will send this slide for people that are interested. Also, we try to compare housing costs and age. What's the relationship between housing cost and age? And also, the type of accommodation required against salary. The type of accommodation required against age. Because some developers just go into development without actually considering the market. Who is your target market? What target market are you looking for? What salary bracket? What area are people looking for to buy? These are very interesting exercises that ought to be carried out before committing serious investment. The mandate of the Ministry of Physical Planning as key player in built environment sector is to provide the foundation for which other actors in the built environment operate. The ministry is charged with the responsibility of ensuring orderly, sustainable, inclusive urban growth in Lagos State through formation and implementation of policies for physical and urban development, and preparing development plans, statewide master plans, regional plans, and local plans that will guide the land use and infrastructure distribution. Monitoring and enforcement and regulating physical development to ensure compliance with approved layout plans, laws, and environmental standards. Issuing layouts, building and renovation permits. I've talked about layouts as regarding estates. But again, building, that's also an area where from time to time we have confrontation with developers. The laws are very simple, and for every action taken, there are reasons guiding those policies. If we say that you are to have airspace between buildings, in actual fact, what we are taught in the school, for those that studied architecture, is that the space between two buildings should actually be the average of the height of those two buildings. But that may not be feasible practically. But the very, very minimum that we have in the state is that you have airspace, which varies depending on the type of structure. 3 meters for regular and 4.5 for high-rise and commercial buildings. Now, somebody may want to compare this to, especially in a highly populated urban area elsewhere, like UK, New York, even in Cairo. You see buildings abutting each other, no space at all. In that climate, there are reasons why they have it like that. Last year, when Mandila's building was attacked by fire, we were there. I was in the church around 8 a.m. when they called me. I got there around 9, and fire brigade was there some hours before I got there, and they couldn't do anything. They couldn't attack the fire. Why? Because the whole area, the left area, was completely blocked off, and they couldn't gain access. So we have to first start demolishing all the attachments there before they could fight. So a clear signal from that is that every building should have airspace so that in case of fire attack, for example, you can be able to, the fire brigade can be able to drive their truck there and be able to arrest the fire. In advanced climates, they fight fire with a drone. We don't have that technology now. There are cases that the fire brigade will even come and there is no water. And for high-rise building, when we say they should have dry riser, wet riser, there are reasons for all these things. It's only when we happen that we start to regret. Symbolic relation between town planning and real estate development. The relationship between town planning and estate development is symbolic and mutually beneficial. Town planning prepares the foundation using physical development plans, zoning policies, land use regulation to propose current and future development. When we do our work and we say, this area is residential, this area is commercial, this area is industrial, this is agri, this is recreational, and the likes, educational and or mixed development. And you now have developer committing funds, for example, wanting to develop a residential estate within an industrial area. That simply cannot fly. And what that shows is that there has not been proper study in terms of evaluating the land use, the purpose for which that particular area is zoned for. And of course, we are going to have confrontation with the authority. Again, another thing regarding that is that when, even after zoning the land and there are schemes approved, I'm sure you agree with me that the only thing that is constant in life is change. It's not, I don't think even any law is a Bible or a Quran. The implication of that is that from time to time, we should be able to review for the benefit of mankind. So sometimes schemes are reviewed. And when schemes are reviewed, some will put up a challenge. Just yesterday, we were at an event, and luckily I was sitting behind the deputy governor, and somebody was sending messages to the deputy governor. My house in Omole, they are clearing this land beside my house. I heard that they want to develop hotel. So he was forwarding it to me and was reading. And when we probe into it, we discovered that it's a scheme which has been reviewed. And one critical part of planning is what we call stakeholders engagement. Because plans are for people. We don't just sit down in the office. Even when we make our ODPs, it's not that we just sit down and do the plan. It's done jointly in collaboration with the people. We'll go to them. This is what they are doing. This is their means of livelihood. This is how they live their life. And this is how we want to scale it up for them. So we sit down and engage with them for them to have an understanding of what we are proposing to them. And once this is agreed into, then it forms the basis of our developing our operative development plan, which now becomes the law. So in such a case where it's been approved to change, and somebody now put up a resistance, maybe it's a pastor, and I say, hotel beside my house. Meanwhile, the whole area has already, it has been a drastic change in the use of the whole area in the first instance. The synergy ensures that real estate projects integrate into the broader urban development proposal, providing access road, public utilities, green spaces that makes community functional and livable. Back to basis, the way forward. To build a sustainable and prosperous real estate future in Lagos, we must reiterate the principle that have long defined sustainable planning and development, such as planning information must be sought by a real estate developer before investing in landed properties to ascertain the use of an area has been zoned for. 2, planning must precede development. You don't develop before plan. Of course, sometimes we have some local areas that have not yet been planned. Of course, people will move there and start doing building, nothing, And when we now come in, we do what is called a development guide. That is to upscale what they have there. Couple of weeks back, I led a team to Trade Fair Complex because what you have there is completely illegal. Some people saying that federal government land and you will not get approval. That's absurd. So I learned they've taken the case to court, so we'll face them there because the law is very, very clear. 2003, there's a Supreme Court judgment that every state in the Federation has the power to ensure their planning process. It's very, very clear. And what you've seen there, luckily enough, majority of them in that estate who are knowledgeable recognize the fact that they must get approval. They've been coming now, but however, they cannot be approved now because there is no approved layout. It's like let's imagine this room now, nothing here, nothing in this room, and somebody just come and say, this is where I'm going to place my seat. That's not possible because you have to do the layout. Do you have to have the nave where people will pass here? Do you want to arrange the seats here? So you must have the layout first before you can say, okay, I approve this building to be here. So that's the state we are, and it's an ongoing exercise. Collaboration before implementation. Strengthening partnership among government and professional investors. Sustainability before expansion. Integrating environmental, social, and economic balance into all real estate developments. Real estate projects should not just consider returns on investment, but its impact on people within the proposed land and around the development. So the success of any real estate developer should not necessarily be measured in terms of profit. At the ministry, we have been looking and trying to come up with some guidelines regarding, especially when you have some iconic, if you travel abroad, you see some iconic buildings that the immediate community would benefit from. Yes. You can see a complex that would do some pedestrian flyover deliberately just for people in the evening to stroll around and enjoy the scenery. But here, you have a magnificent building and fenced up completely. Even people cannot go in front to take pictures. So the community, they are not benefiting. And development is not supposed to be like that. Development is supposed to change the face of our environment. As government, our role is to create an enabling environment for real estate development projects through clear policies, efficient approval system, and transparent enforcement. Approval system, for us, I repeat it once again, and I can be quoted anywhere. All things being equal, all documents fully submitted, you can get your approval in under 10 working days. But the challenge we have now, because in Lagos State now, all the systems are unified. Whatever I'm doing is not out of place with Ministry of Science and Innovation. Whatever Ministry of Energy is doing is not out of place for Ministry of Agric. We are all synchronized together. So, and we are getting there now for us to appreciate the importance of tax. Come 1st of January, Nigeria will be entering a new phase of tax system. I hope we all know that. Now, so what we are saying is that everybody must be able to contribute to the system. And where I'm happy is that as you are getting it, you also enable the populace, when you know the amount of tax you are paying, to actually challenge your government. It's your right. That's what happens abroad. And you hear people saying that the only person, even to the level of the president of America, saying the only person he fears is the tax man. Because you just cannot run away. So you now have a situation where somebody is putting forward, we are saying now that before you do any development, show us your evidence of your tax payment. And somebody is proposing a development of about 3 billion naira, and you are presenting a tax, annual tax of 600,000 naira. Something is wrong somewhere. Yes. Something is wrong somewhere. For developer, the call to build responsibly, aligning profit with the purpose and vision of the value. Together, we can therefore promote green building and climate smart design. When we say green building, it means even the control of the power that we consume falls under green building. Reliance on natural ventilation and the likes. And also, most importantly, is the fact that if you say a building runs under green initiative, it means that it has a bath and it can die. It's all planned. That Anderson building in the UK, I think it's Kilburn, number 10, Kilburn or so. Now, they have it till some years that, okay, they can decide and remove everything, pieces of everything. That is green initiative. Streamlining approval processes without compromising standard. Leverage digital technologies for planning and monitoring. We're also looking at about e-processing for granting of approval. However, this can only work on the fact that we are ready to disclose the true position. We have seen a lot in that ministry. We have seen a lot. Somebody has a land of 200 square meters, and he will do a dummy survey of 600. Now, the implication is that they will not get to site. The wall will be on the borderline. No airspace, no anything. That cannot be. If the next person do the same thing, how do you ventilate those buildings? That cannot be a green initiative building. Champion affordable and inclusive housing for all residents. I love this quote from Shumis and Breath that argue that the developer's role is to orchestrate the development process, to bring the project to completion within statutory set limits. That's what we do together, real estate professionals and the government authority. That's what we do. It's a symbiotic system where you orchestrate the process within the project time. In conclusion, the future of real estate in Lagos lies in the shared vision and implementation of physical development plans proposal. When town planners and real estate developers work hand in hand, guided by sustainability, inclusiveness, and innovation, we do more than construct building. We build communities and shape destinies. Thus, going back to basics is not about the past. It is indeed sustainable development principles. It is about building, not just for today, but for generations yet. Real estate development must be done upon the application of a structured framework within the confinement of laid down statutory regulations to achieve a sustainable future. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very, very detailed presentation. Wow. I'm sure most of us have learned a whole lot. Reminds me of one very strict teacher I had back in secondary school. If you do anyhow, as we say in Nigerian parlance, how you go see anyhow. But I believe that we cannot build anything sustainable if there is no order. And that is what, hey, wow. Amazing. Very quickly, I would like to call on one of our key sponsors in the person of Olawumi Olaoye. Mr. John Oamen is unavoidably absent, and so he has sent a representative. Thank you. Very beautiful lady.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Do we have the slides? Great. Good morning again, everyone. My name is Olaomi. I'm the business manager at Construct, and I'm here to represent our founder and CEO, Mr. John Oamen, who is unavoidably absent today. But he sends his greetings. And I'm excited to be sharing with you today how Construct is building the future of real estate through efficiency and trust. Next slide, please. Great. I believe almost everyone in this room is a developer or a contractor. We're all in the real estate space, correct? I believe that's the case here, yeah. And I want to believe that we all have experienced challenges at some point in our projects, during our projects, correct? Some of these inefficiencies here, like endless supplier calls, price fluctuations, poor visibility on what's happening with your project, lost time chasing materials instead of building, right? And many more challenges. So at Construct, we looked at all of these challenges with projects, challenges that could cause your projects to derail, that could delay your projects. And we said, how can we prefer solutions to this? Like, what can we do to, ensure that our projects are being done effectively and efficiently, right? And then that was our Constructors birthed, really. We're a construction procurement platform that simplifies the entire procurement process, right? And our core mission is to ensure that the procurement process is simplified from end to end. So from the point of your order right to the delivery, our job is to ensure that the end-to-end process is managed effectively such that your projects are delivered right on time and right on schedule, right? And that brings us to how we're now simplifying how you build. Like I said, it's a digital marketplace, a blind marketplace actually, that connects developers, contractors to quality building materials. And in Construct, we know and we understand that about 70% or 75% percentage in terms of your project, what qualifies for that is materials, right? So if you're able to get off 75%, which is materials, you get that sorted, you're home and dry, really, because the other aspect, which is about 25%, is labor. So if you're good on 75%, which is materials, you're good, right? And that's our job, that's our role. Our role is to procure building materials, supply it to you as at when and where offline. Construct is a technology company where we have our platform that has been built to ensure that this process is simplified. However, we also understand our customers and we understand our different needs, right? Some of our customers are not there yet, so we decided to meet them at the point that they are, which is working offline. So we're able to do that on both ends, right? And on our platform, or as a company called Construct, we have verified suppliers. Like I said earlier, it's a blind market, right? And our customers see Construct. We are the middleman in between the quality materials and our customers, right? So what we do is we have different sources from manufacturers to the distributors and more. So we do our verifications. We know, we go to them, we see their sites, we see their offices, we know their staff strength, we know their capabilities, we know their finances, we know what they're capable of doing in terms of delivery, right? Because, like I said, our name is on the line here. Our customers don't get to interface with them, right? So we verify our suppliers such that whatever materials we're lifting from them to our customers are exactly what it should be, because materials quality cannot be compromised, right? We've seen in many cases here in Lagos, especially, where we find that buildings are just collapsing. And I believe that one of the reasons is due to the poor materials that were used. And also transparent pricing. This is very key, because most people just churn out, funds. They don't have visibility into what their budget is, right? they need to know, our customers know the cost upfront and even lock in prices ahead. You're able to do something that we call price locking, right? It's a system that works for our customers. You know how volatile the market is, right? When cement price goes up today, tomorrow is down, or your rebars is this amount today, tomorrow is down. But for us, we've built relationships with our sources such that you're able to price lock, certain materials for a period of time. Of course, not forever, but for an agreed period of time, you're able to price lock that particular material for the same price over a period of time. You can as well vault in cash with us, meaning that, I have these funds, but before I go and spend it on naming ceremony or wedding or something, let me just put it with construct, and then you can now buy your materials, have your drawdowns, and then buy materials, right? And then that allows you, previous slide, please. That allows you visibility into your procurement, right? Can I have the previous slides, please? Yes. And that gives you full visibility. Imagine seeing on your phone where your materials are. Think of it as an Amazon or Glovo, where you order food. It says, your food is currently at so place. That's how much visibility we've been able to give our customers, right? So you know that exactly what you're ordering for is on the way, even to the point of delivery. And of course, dedicated support from sourcing to fulfillment. We're able to take off that stress. What this means really is that we've had to do or create a solid structure that covers that end-to-end procurement. Let me spell it out. We have team members called fulfillment officers, right? These team members, they are the ones who would go to the point of picking up your materials, right? They're loading the trucks. For instance, let's say your rebars, for instance, iron. You're ordering 16 iron. There's a standard length. If it's 52 lengths or 53 lengths, they're the ones who would count, ensure that these materials are exactly the actual number that it should be. And then they follow that truck straight to your site, and then somebody on your end, most likely a technical person also, looks through the materials and then gives a sign off. So that's how much structure we've been able to put in place, right? Both offline and online, you're able to see that, you're able to see the entire process from end to end. So the stress of you having to deal with multiple suppliers. Imagine having to call one for cement, another for sharp sand, another for aggregate, another for, it could be a whole lot. The plan for us, or the goal for Construct, is to take off that stress from our customers and then give us that headache. We're good with that. Next slide, please. And then back to basis. This is not just a slogan for us, really. It is the foundation through which, we thrive. What this means to us is going back to what truly matters. And you would agree with me that in any relationship at all, not even just business now, trust is key. Trust is very important. And we've been able to do that over the years with our customers, our stakeholders, our partners, right? And how we've been able to achieve trust is through transparency and efficiency. I said a while ago that transparency, you're able to see the cost of your materials, every line item. Honorable Commissioner a while ago mentioned Omonile. You will see such line items in your quotes. Omonile is taking this 5,000, Omonile is taking, logistics, this is this amount, so that every single cost is, out there. You can see there are no hidden costs in the cost of your materials, right? And then efficiency as well. We've seen people, our customers who complain, right, before joining the Construct family. They complain like, my suppliers, I'll call them today, bring me cement. 5 days after, I'm coming, and all of that causes delay in our projects, right? And I'm sure everyone understands that time is money, especially when it comes to construction. The labor, you have your artisans waiting on site, they're waiting for materials. Of course, that's a loss. It means you're going to run at a loss for that day if you don't see, or if your materials are not delivered right on time. And so Construct have been able to take that, completely eliminate that issue. So our goal and what we do is to strengthen all these fundamentals. we unlock more sustainable future for real estate. Next slide, please. And so our mission really is not just, to address pain points, right? And the Honorable Commissioner mentioned loads of challenges, right? It's not just to even address those pain points, but also to ensure that we're simplifying project execution for every developer. What they know how to do and what they should focus on is building. That's the key thing. Everything that has to do with chasing one supplier or the other shouldn't be, what they should focus on. So our job and our goal, our mission is to ensure that we are the ones taking off that stress and ensuring that the procurement process is seamless end to end. Also supporting contractors with dependable sourcing. For a contractor who is doing a 1 billion project, it will be very inefficient for such to be chasing, how his materials will get on site. You're buying like 50 trucks of sharp sand, for instance, and you have to start trailing each one. Where is it? Where is this? When you have a structured team, a team who can take off that burden and then ensure that your materials get to you right in time. So that's us empowering builders across Nigeria and, of course, ultimately to the entire Africa. And then, yes, ultimately as well, finally, digitizing material procurement across the continent. It's not just within, our goal is not just to stay within Nigeria, of course. Like, you could be in anywhere in the world, China, and you are able to buy your materials. We have customers around the globe who have projects running in Nigeria, and of course, you know how things are. There are scammers everywhere, right? So the fact that the platform is able to give them that visibility, they have data as well. One key thing that is important to note is the data that our customers get to access. Imagine knowing that over a period of time, I spent this amount on cement, or I spent this amount on rebars. I spent this, or this is the quantity of rebars that we used for this phase of our project, right? And because we're able to procure materials for all the stage of your project, from the foundation level, substructure, superstructure, roofing, decking, up until the finishing, right? So as a developer, as a customer, you have that data, and then you can use it to make informed decisions thereafter, right? So that's the power of digitizing the material procurement process. Next slide, please. I think, that's it. But for construct, right, we're very big on partnerships, right? As long as we have common goal, which is to move the construction industry forward, of course, we're able to partner, and I'll be happy to have such discussions after here. So thank you so much for taking your time to listen to me today.
No, it's not about you. Please, a very warm round of applause for the very beautiful lady with spotless skin. Oh, wow. She took me back to civil engineering days. I was telling someone that civil engineering traumatized me. I have special respect for all my senior colleagues that are still practicing civil engineering. It traumatized me, honestly. When we got into school, beautiful, you're happy, you're thinking, oh, I'm an engineering student. We were not prepared for all those days of compacting cement inside sun. So we used to wear these blue lab coats. I went to Uniben. Any Uniben alumnus in the house? Nobody. Okay, it is well. Anyway, and then so let me just put this on a lighter note. All the chemical engineering and petroleum engineering students were always wearing white lab coats. They will enter AC, come out looking fresh like this, my dear sister. But you see, we, the civil engineering women, we were looking like men. If you see my skin then, oh my goodness, sun. So much respect. And thank you so much for that detailed presentation. You've made work easy. In fact, if I had known cut stroke, maybe I would have practiced more. But I had to run. So thank you for solving real problems in the construction industry. Okay, our Honorable Commissioner would like to make a comment based on some things that she said. And just in this same vein, if you're in the audience and you have questions for our Honorable Commissioner, please, dear Honorable Commissioner, I would like to plead with you to please take a few questions from our audience. I know they have questions.
Yeah, thank you once again. You know, when I hear people talk about substandard building material, it pinches me so hardly. I'm working on a book, Building Collapse, Nigerian Experience. For me, there is nothing like substandard material. Substandard material doesn't cause any collapse. It is the way that they are mixed. It is the way that they are mixed. There is nothing like fake sand. There is nothing like fake granite. There is nothing like fake cement. It is how they are mixed. Majority of us from school, civil engineers, when you design, you specify your grade of concrete. For bridges and water structures, we're talking about 30, 40, 45, 50. Regular one, maybe 20 or 25. The irony of it is that majority of us cannot even supervise and ensure or even know the proper way of achieving those design mix. I have the opportunity to have worked with the Kappa and Abato, and I tell you, where we store sand is always covered with sack. Where we store granite is always covered with sack. Kappa and Abato, G Kappa, Julius Berger, and the likes, when a concrete is cast today, the following morning is covered with wet sack. There are reasons for that, curing. Now, if you want to achieve a grade of 25 and above, it is not just any granite. It is a composition of various sizes, 12, 15, 20, 25. Because the concrete elements are supposed to bind together without any air space. Soil is made up of solid, liquid, and gas. The so-called soil has gas content inside it. It has water, liquid inside it. So if you stack sand for long in the open, the gas and the liquid will dry off. So what you have is just the solid element. So if you mix and you are using your regular water cement ratio, you cannot achieve that strength. There is nothing like fake. It is us knowing the mixed composition. So I hope I'm clear. So let's just get that. Because majority of us, when we have a design that is done by an engineer, the strength is specified, but on site, what we are taught in school and the standard engineering practice is that before you even start the work at all, you are supposed to do so before you even start at all, as a contractor, when you have gotten the contract, before you even start doing the work, because majority of local contractors may not have what is called batching plant. In the batching plant for big companies, sands are well graded, granites are well graded, and even the cement. But for a regular contractor, what the principles allows us to do is to do a trial mix on site based on the bill of quantity and the specification of that concrete. You do a trial mix on site for you to be able to do all the tests, and you will know that, okay, I mix at this rate, it gives me so strength. So if that is the specified strength, it follows that the way I will do all the mix will not be the as relate to the test that I have done. But majority of our contractors, they don't do that. Now you have a situation where the collapse in Ikoyi and Banana Land are good example. Casting was done, test samples were taken. The test samples, you have 7, depending on the whatever the engineer specified, but normally you do test 7, 14, 21, 28. 28 is the most reliable because that's the ultimate. We're supposed to give the actual strength, about 85% to the real strength. Now, the casting was done. Before the result comes out, you are already on the first floor or second floor. When the result comes out and it fails, what happened? Are they going to demolish? Stories will come. They start to go and lobby the material testing laboratory to help them doctor the report. Those are the challenges. There is nothing called substandard material. It is the way and manner that we use. As an engineer, you heard what the lady said. We are trained to know the diameter of the bars. You are trained to know the difference between high tensile and mild steel. You are trained on what tests to carry out on cement. You are trained on what crushing strength of block. So if you now go and buy block where they have 70 blocks from one bag, is it the fake material that is causing it, or is it you that went there? Every standard contractor is supposed to have, like what Civil Struck is trying to, yes, cut cross. What they are trying to, it's a new innovation in procurement, which is very good and welcomable. However, you need to reach out more, not only to contractors, but also to designers. Because that's what we call standardization. So if the designer is already aware of your product, what follows is that the design will be made to follow your specification. For example, glass is 1.2 by 2.4. The same thing with plywood. So if you now see a designer who is now designing the panel to be 1.5 by 2.7, that is abnormal. And you cannot get a good job. So the onus is on that designer to ensure that the design is done to the standard. The standard is like a battery, the AA battery, the small battery that we use in our remote control. It's standard. Any company in the world, they can make it. But the dimension is standard. If it is 2 mm more, it will not enter. If it is 2 mm less, it will be short. So once the standard is defined and determined, everybody will now follow suit. So that when they are already aware of your product, their design will be made to suit your specification. And it will be easier for the contractor who already knows that I have this ready-made for them to buy in. It's all about standardization, and it will go a long way in helping project delivery. However, one of the major causes of variation and cost overrun can also be attributed to this fact. If you have design out of order, it will always attract more. So that rests on especially the architect and the civil engineer. So I hope you agree with me. There is nothing called fake material. For example, if you need a suit of 700,000 naira, there are places where they sell it. If you also need a suit of 5,000 naira, there is a place you can get it. So if you buy 5,000 suit and you enter a 700,000 arena and you are not blaming that person, no. You are supposed to know. By our training, we are supposed to know that this is the right material. Thank you.
Wow. I think one thing I've observed from our dear commissioner is that he likes to impact knowledge. Yeah, he has a teacher's heart. And I personally have learned a lot. And there's been some table shaking as well, right? Yeah, I think it's very necessary. So we have a question from one of our esteemed audience. But while our dear Honorable Commissioner was speaking, our dear keynote speaker, our esteemed keynote speaker, walked in, and I would like to recognize our keynote speaker, Dr. Armstrong Ume Takan, CEO, Ministry of Finance Incorporated, and his very lovely wife, Mrs. Cecilia Takan. No more behind every successful man. He's beside, as you can see, and I love it. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Ma, for being here. So we'll take the question very quickly. Please introduce yourself, your name, and then ask your question for the commissioner.
Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Dison. I'm a lawyer from Interprime Law Practice. The Honorable Commissioner, I want to first of all appreciate your very direct approach to subject matters. You have been very enlightening. So I'd like to ask a question on the fungibility of real estate, particularly pertaining to when there has been a government allocation. There are government allocations where the recipients would need to meet up with the demands of a demand notice, and until a certain amount is paid, no documentation is issued. So there's no proof that that person owns the property, no survey plan, nothing. And if at all there was even a website that the public could access just to confirm that this person has actually been allocated this property, the person will be able to maybe raise some of the funds, because sometimes you can need to pay like 900 million naira before you get any documents. To raise that kind of money, by selling, so that we can now meet up with the demands of the demand notice. So I'd like to ask if there are any plans to maybe improve or modernize the way this kind of issue is addressed, because it is currently a problem that I'm trying to resolve and I don't really know how to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've done a lot of estate development in this country, and I remember when I was with Stallion then, when Unipetrol, before they became Wando, they were a partner with NNPC. I did a presentation to the board, and then the project was supposed to return ROI of about, I think, 21% then. And one of the board members, Wale Chunumbuna, said that, hey, man, you want me to commit this fund for you for at about roughly 12 months, and what you just give me is just 21%. No way. When I can easily put it in the bank or fix it somewhere and get much, much higher than that. And it was turned down. That if I cannot get over 30%, it will not be approved. Then we have to go back, start rigor analysis, costs reduction method. Coincidentally, what you just what you asked, I just got, I'm facing it right now. I got a letter, is it on Monday or so, or last week? On this, I'm supposed to make some payment, and it's stipulated there 60 days. 60 days. Yeah. Now, I applied for it, and I know that there is going to be some payment. Why I raised the first scenario I created about estate was that when I was with Intercontinental Bank Properties, money was never my problem. If I have a project of 1 billion, I get the 1 billion under 10 minutes. Because Analysis has been done, so I know where I'm going, and the money is there. What I'm trying to say is that you are making effort to get a land, and you must pay. And unfortunately, it is not the kind of payment that can be staggered, both on the government or on private individual. So the onus is on you to have prepared yourselves. It cannot be staggered. And like you said, for us in Lagos State, there are a lot of challenges like that. So many civil servants that were even allocated, some even made efforts to pay. I'm being a staff of Lagos State government, maybe you can pay in big, because there are about 7 or 8 different payments. I'm talking of a letter now from land bureaus. There are about 7 or 8 different payments you make to different accounts, which as a civil servant, you can be paying them gradually. But for somebody coming in, because there are a lot of people who are also requesting for that kind of line. So if you are opportune to have been given, my submission is that we ought to have been prepared ourselves for it. It's like you wanting to buy land from Omonile now. Depending on relationship, but most likely you have to pay to 100% before you are given. I don't think, even on our own side of approval, because sometimes people complain that the assessment that we are charging are high. But that assessment, we've done a lot of comparison internally, internationally, along Africa. It's still below average. For example, if you are developing, let's say, a 2-bedroom bungalow in the remotest part of the state, let's say, where can we say now? Let's say downtown Ikorodu. If you are making a development of about 10 million, it's going to cost about 10 billion. The maximum amount you are going to pay for that kind of structure in that kind of area will probably be around maybe between 600 and 1.1, thereabouts, for a development of maybe 10 or 12 million. So I don't think that is much. It's like that kind of development will probably, the foundation will probably cost, let's say, about 3 million. If it is somebody that is serious, you're supposed to have planned your cash flow in such a way that the fund you have can carry that stage. That's what we do when we are doing development, basically. Because there are some jobs that you cannot do halfway. It's like you want to do decking, for example, casting. It doesn't make sense to say you want to accept the structures as an expansion joint where you can stop. If not, you have to do it one go. And for you to do that, with your quantity surveyor, you must have estimated the total cost, reinforcement, concrete, formwork, labor, everything, and know that, okay, I have the fund to go into it. You don't go into it if you don't have the fund. So the same thing, I think, probably will apply, so that you don't lose that land. You must have, and because the rates are very clear, what they do is the area of the land multiplied by a rate, and the rate varies depending on the area. So you already have an idea of what is going to cost. And I'm sure that it will probably take some time before it eventually comes out. That is if we are even lucky. So we ought to have prepared ourselves for that kind of endeavor. I don't think, I don't see any way. I mean, the finance people are here now, whether they can guide us how to structure it. But for now, I don't think it's... Ogasa, is it possible?
Oh, wow. I just love this day too. Everything is complete. It's balanced diet. Like he said, finance people are here, and I particularly am looking forward to that session. Thank you so much, sir, for answering that question so explicitly. Okay, very quickly, I would like to call on Park Capital to deliver their presentation very quickly. But is there by chance any other question for gender balance? Where are the women? A man is raising his hand again. Gender balance, please. Beautiful ladies in the house. Do we have questions for our dear commissioner? Oh, are we scared? Yeah, thank you. he doesn't bite. So contrary to what you see, you're like, he's so scary, but today I'm sure many of us have been able to understand more about what they're doing. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, dear Commissioner. My name is Abiola Adelano, and I head the tourism and the creative business for Sterling Bank. I'm also, have been in banking for 16 years, and I was in the middle of a conversation yesterday, but I'm really happy I'm in this gathering today. So I was like, okay, this is an opportunity for me to ask this question. So there's this realtor that is a customer that approached people with an offering of off-plan project last year. And I know someone that paid, I think it was 45 million for 2-bedroom in Surulere. And this year they wrote to her saying, because of the obvious inflation, they're increasing the price from 45 million, and he paid outrightly, waiting for him to get an handover of his property by December. And they wrote to her saying, for obvious inflation reason in Nigeria, from 40-something million is now to pay 110 million. So he has option to either say, you want a refund, or we're giving you 3 months to pay the 110 million because, the properties will be ready by December. And this woman feels that, he's going to take him up on social media, it's going to troll him, and he's saying that he has every legal backing to increase because of the unforeseen circumstances behind it. So I'm saying, okay, now that I'm in the midst of professionals, what do you think is the right thing? Do you think the buyer has the right to sue this developer? Or what can we do in this situation? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you once again. It's so simple. That's one of the reasons why Lacera was formed, to resolve disputes between developers and the public. I think the very first avenue they can leverage on is to make a report to, that's a essay to the governor on housing. She was here yesterday. Just draw her a letter, and the case will be investigated, and that person, of course, will have a lot of questions to answer. However, I don't, because your position was not conclusive. What was the contract before the purchase? You also need to look into that. What are the line items stipulated in those contracts? Does he allow that, Well, if I sometimes ago, I ran into this kind of a problem long time ago when we did a Stallion Estate in Wuse to Abuja. And then we started at 18 million off plan. Now, to completion, it came to about, we needed to add about 1.7 on top of it. So it came almost like this. But what we did there was to passionately meet that person and open up all the accounts to the person. And we sat down. Luckily, the person is also somebody very, very, I don't want to mention his name because very, very top in the quantities of your, was a minister, was a governor. So, and he was able to read between the lines and agree because he's a member of the profession and he understood everything. However, we also need to be sincere ourselves. We know how prices move in Nigeria in terms of some government policy. Like I said again, a financial guru is here from the very, very Ministry of Finance, so they can throw more light on that, why we have sharp prices for fluctuations. However, what I'm trying to say is that I remember a colleague of mine then who were advised to, instead of paying rent, to go into his own construction. So he agreed, and we went into that construction very sluggishly, looking for money here and there. And as at that time, we started, they were selling a bag of cement, I think about 600 naira then. 600 naira, yes. So we started, and Around towards the finishing of the project, it went to, I think, 850. As soon as we finished that project, cement just jumped from 800 to about 2,005. I mean, that time reinforcement moved from 65,000 a ton to about 350,000 a ton. So we are all in the market, you know. So if you truly want the person to provide you a suitable and a safe building, we have to be ready to pay the right price. You know, but again, I think the most important thing is that you probably before we commit ourselves into endeavors like this, maybe we need some legal advice. Let them read out all the lines of the. I hope it's not the insurance people that they will write all the conditions in very faint colors, you know. But even if they do that, you get your lawyer. The lawyers have a magnifying eye to read all those tiny things. So once that is clear, that be an issue. I think it's about. We are all in the market, especially women. They go to market to buy meat today, and tomorrow is gone. This. Thank you.
So I'm in a corporate event. I'm trying not to say, if you don't get it, forget about it. But the truth is, a lot of things that he has said, and there are so many things he has not said that are said. So read between the lines, and let's just try to do things in order so that we don't have issues. I have seen, you have a question. Another lady wants to ask a question. She wants to react to what he said, to the question that she asked. Okay, so may I have permission to do that? Okay.
Very much. Good morning. Permit me stand on existing protocols. My name is Mabel Okereke. I'm a partner at Babalaki & Co. and I work out of the real estate group. And that question was quite apt and very interesting before my session when I'll be speaking, but I just thought to make this intervention. What we have seen in the market in recent times is, as a result of the inflation, we've had a lot of our clients come to us to say, we have this real estate project that we're working on, but what we have to look at every point in time, which Honorable Commissioner got very clearly, is what is your contract and where does it stand from? And that's why we're in this room today, the starting point for real estate, because the real estate is really critical for the development in our economy today. And I'll tell you why. In the finance sector, our loans are secured by what? The preference for banks for securing loans are largely, the collaterals are largely real estate, and that's why Madam is asking that question. So the starting point is always the contract. And then the second thing is, for real estate developers, we want to avoid the court rooms at all times. So you truly want to get it right when you're structuring your deals, and you want to anticipate situation. We've had over 400% in terms of price changes in the market in recent times. So I think the starting point is always to make sure you get your contract right and structuring it and anticipating things like this, because you don't want to be in court for the next 16, 18 years, because by the time you're done at the High Court, you're at the Court of Appeal, you're at the Supreme Court, so, and the time value for money is critically important. So I just thought to really quick put in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Particularly, I'm happy that more women in the room are speaking. Yeah, I love it. Okay. I'm going to move on quickly to our presentation. The next presentation from the Permanent Secretary, Office of Physical Planning, Lagos State, in the person of Engineer Oluwole Olumide Satire. I'll be reading his... Okay, Sotire, I'm so sorry. I was following the media's lead. I should have actually come to meet you. Engineer Oluwole Olumide Sotire. Yes, sir. He is a seasoned civil engineer and has dedicated over 33 years to shaping infrastructure development, initiating, managing fiscal and planning policies in Lagos State. He has shown remarkable leadership in driving innovative solutions and improved service delivery to enhance the development of the Lagos built environment sector. He has been actively involved in galvanizing the collective involvement of Lagosians in infrastructure development by promoting the bottom-up approach and stakeholders' participation in the processes of the preparation of physical development plans and the delivery of right-of-way for public infrastructure projects in the state. His achievements include commencing the Certified Accredited Program, CAP, which aimed to enhance private sector involvement in building control before the program was moved to the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LASBCA, where it has direct relevance. Engineer Oluwole Sotire is a recipient of many awards and fellow of various professional societies such as NSC, NICE, NIHTE, and NIEE. With a clear vision for a more sustainable and efficient Lagos, Engineer Oluwole Sotire remains committed to advancing physical planning, leveraging technology, and fostering public-private partnership for a well-organized mega city, Lagos State. Please, ladies and gentlemen, with a very rousing, warm welcome, help me welcome our permanent secretary in the person of Engineer Oluwole Olumide Sotire. I think it's a civil engineering affair today. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to make this presentation. I also want to specially recognize the presence of my Honorable Commissioner and the CEO of Ministry of Finance Incorporated and his lovely wife. You're very welcome, sir. So I'll just be saying a few things about Lagos, the Lagos vision, our infrastructure, and collaboration. So can you move on to the next slide? I'll just go straight to the issues. So, well, Lagos, as you know, the fastest growing mega city in Africa, would definitely have its challenges with the rapid migration of people from outside Lagos because of the opportunities that abound in Lagos. The challenges are obvious: intense pressure on land, infrastructure, housing, and of course, because of this pressure, there has been fragmented development. People have gone on doing all kinds of things without following the law, and that is leading to a lot of problems in Lagos State. Like someone said yesterday, the fear of Wahab is the beginning of wisdom. Well, of course, it's because a lot of people have not done the right thing, and so there's no way you're going to leave the wrong to continue to exist. Sometime, somehow, the law will catch up with you. But again, in these challenges, there are opportunities for the real estate sector, and we need to look at them. We're not just talking about people building 2, 3, 4 housing units. There are massive opportunities for commercial investments, residential, industrials, and all kinds of things. One of the reasons why they can look at this are the development of various infrastructure around Lagos. We talk about the highways and the various ports that are coming up. We also have along it, there's the Lekki deep sea port. Obviously, that becomes a major hub for imports and exports. So industries located around this area definitely have a higher chance than if you're so far away. We have the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, which will, for now, it links Lagos directly to Ogun State and other states along the coastal line. So you can imagine if you have a property, be it office, be it residential, I mean, it's almost as good as, you could almost as well be living somewhere in Ekpe. And your business is in VI. I mean, if it's going to take you 20 minutes to drive, or let's say 30 minutes, even 1 hour, we know what is happening now. A lot of people spend as much as 3-4 hours from their residence to their place of work. But when you have something like this, there's no reason why you cannot begin to take advantage of the landed property along that area. We also have the Lekki Expressway in itself, which is also being seriously expanded. You might not have noticed too much now because it hasn't been completed, but a lot of the road is being made concrete and is being widened. In fact, there's a proposal to make it 10 lanes. Also, Badagry, with the Lagos Badagry expansion, is ongoing, and I'm sure very soon we'll begin to see the effects. There's also the Omieko project, which is water transportation. Only a few days ago, it was launched, and about 70 vessels were launched. They will be operating about 15 routes, which again makes water transport another alternative to various areas. The locations or the routes have not been disclosed yet, but I can imagine going to all areas of Lagos, be it Badagry, Ekpe, and whatnot. Apart from the comfort it gives, it also gives accessibility. So the whole of Lagos is opening up. I wouldn't even be surprised you find a lot of people. I, for one, at some time when I was walking close to Mile 2, I remember I would rather go by boat. And then we had the Baba Kekere ferry that used to come from Mile 2 to Marina than go with public transport. And because I could relax, I wasn't going to be in traffic, all the sweat and everything. So these are opportunities where you see a lot of people wanting to take advantage of. So real estate in some of those so-called semi-urban areas, it would be a different story. People would be ready to buy in, whether for commercial purposes, industrial, or residential purposes. I also haven't talked about the various rail lines that the Lagos State Metropolitan Area Transport Authority is doing. They had about six different lines in mind. 2 of them are already on ground. And 2 of them, I dare say, are at an advanced stage. The green line, in which I would say the chief sponsor is somewhere here. You know, it's a very advanced stage, and I'm sure, well, we hear that before the end of the year, something will kick off and people will begin to see the reality. That takes you all the way from Marina to Ekpe. I mean, some of us have entered trains even outside the country, and we see how it is. In a place like London, you see people coming from so far away, just coming to work in central London. They don't feel it that they're not staying in central London, because they're able to achieve exactly all what those who live in central London are also able to achieve. Again, along these train lines gives opportunities for real estate investments around the stations. If I know I can get down anywhere and achieve whatever I want to buy, offices, like I said, industries and the rest, it's an opportunity. But while I'm saying all of this, you must be careful about regulations, government regulations, zoning and the rest. Don't just jump into any piece of land and begin to build anything, because like I said, illegality will never stand the test of time. So you also need to carefully look at the government provisions. I dare say my Honorable Commissioner is here. We are constantly looking at these regulations, and we are also ready to review as the need be. We are not static. He said it at the beginning of his own keynote address, that the only thing that is constant is change. And we also realize that the regulations we need to change as situation demands. So that is one of the things we expect investors to look at, and we are inviting them to look at all of this. So let's look at the Ibeju-Lekki corridor. I mean, now Ibeju-Lekki is gold. I'm sure some 10, 15 years ago, if they had invited you to come and buy a piece of land in Ibeju-Lekki, you look at it, this waterlogged area, and probably they had told you to come and buy something for 400,000, 300,000. You were like, isn't it going to be a waste of funds? But the truth is, today, we know how much land is going for in Ibeju-Lekki. And that is because there was already a road going there. Though not fully developed, it was quite hectic traveling along that road. But we had the deep sea ports. We had the Dangote refinery. These were sure bankers that development will have to grow around them. And so people have started moving in that direction. And the government has also seen the need. The federal government has also come in and done the coastal road. So Ibejuleki and Victoria Island and the Lekki axis, they have almost become one. I mean, once all of these things are completed, you could be living in Bejuleki and tell them you are living in Victoria Island. People will just wonder, you know, and you see all these adverts, you say adverts, they tell you 15 minutes from Victoria Island when somebody wants to sell land to you at Bejuleki. So, and why can they say that easily? There's accessibility. The roads are there. There's transportation. There will be rail lines. Possibly waterways would also be amongst it. And so that makes it a good investment. Can I have the next slide? So we also look at the Ekpe and Badagry axis. Like I said, I'll first of all start with the waterways. 70 ferries were launched recently. And fortunately, they are electric ferries. So this system will be cutting down on use of diesel and the rest, which is quite expensive. We'll be using rechargeable energy, meaning you can imagine the prices coming down. They will be drastically reduced. Apart from the comfort that you stand to gain, Ekpe and Badagry are areas that are already accessible by road. There are plans to make them accessible by rail, and the government is also thinking about plans to make them accessible by water. The only thing you probably be asking for next is for government to make them accessible by air. That might not be exactly very feasible for now. But these are areas that are very open and available for investors to come and collaborate with the government. Like I said earlier on, the stations are places of serious commercial activities. And so the state government itself, through the Office of Physical Planning, is not relenting in its efforts, like I said, studying the emerging trends. And with time, we would also be making necessary reviews to make certain areas more viable for investors to come in. That's for the Ekpe Badagry. Ikorodu, I'm not saying much about because it's already such a serious residential area. But definitely where there are residences, there are always the opportunities for commercial activities and industries. Ikorodu already has its own industrial hub, and all of these are in the operative development plans. Access is also being planned through the rail services to Ikorodu. All the administrative divisions of Lagos State are planned to be accessible by rail. And so there's no area of Lagos State that you cannot carry out serious development, because accessibility is key. Once you're able to access all of these places in comfort and at affordable prices, I'm sure there's no development that will not be lucrative there. So we are looking at the imperative professional collaboration. Estate valuers, this is an opportunity to look at, to do your market assessments and begin to plan for the future. I talked about what would have happened if you had been told to buy a piece of land in Ibejuleki some 10 years ago. I'm sure many people would have wished they had made investments and just purchased the large pieces of land and maybe fenced it and got their C of O's. The story today would have been different. Collective vision. So we need to collaborate, each and every one of us, the government, developers, and then financiers, so that we are doing something holistic. And like I said, most important is the plan. That's the operative development plan, the master plan. And we would have looked at it thoroughly, so that we are not having scattered and uncoordinated development all over the state. But we have it well planned. We have beautiful housing estates. We have beautiful commercial areas, beautiful industrial hubs, and this will help us to live the good life. Engineers and builders definitely cannot be left out, especially when it comes to quality building. I'm happy again the commissioner talked about quality control, and when people keep talking about substandard materials, engineers and builders have a duty to ensure they obtain the quality that is required for whatever construction they want to do. Your design comes first, and you know what you designed for. And it's your duty to ensure you get that same quality. He said it's not really about the materials. You determined the composite material, the quality of what you want, and so you should work towards it. If it is not affordable or if it is not available, then there's a need for the consultant to go back to the drawing board and work with what is available. I don't want people to say, this is what we designed for. And so if you don't get it, we're just going to manage. There's nothing like managing the construction industry. You manage, you lose more money. That's the truth. It's being penny wise, pound foolish at the end of the day. Urban planners, like I said, we've talked about the need to do a proper holistic design and look at the whole place together. Architects, this is the area of green buildings, and everybody's conscious of cost. We need to begin to look at how we are going to save funds, especially in the area of carbon emission. We cannot continue to rely so much on energy that is not sustainable. Every day we hear stories about crude oil and the rest. You might not know the impact directly, but most of the time we're actually burning crude and we are contributing to the problems in the ozone layer. We would also need to begin to look at smart buildings. That's the oncoming trend now, where you have maximum comfort. You step into your house, even before you get there, you can give instructions, switch on the AC, so before you get in, you are already having good comfort as you are entering the house, and you could even set timers, to save electricity. But most important is the green building initiative, which we expect architects to begin to look for. It's going to be a competition. I mean, those that are not ready to move on, clients will go on to more serious architects who will be able to provide something that will save them funds in the future. Surveyors, yes, the foundation of everything all is the land. And if we miss this, there will just be problems. When we talk about accurate land documentation, the Lagos State government is moving in the direction so that every square meter of land in Lagos State will be accounted for. Once the EGIS platform is ready, at the touch of a button, and you go to the map, any point you go to, it will tell you the history of that piece of land. It will give you documentation on that piece of land, who owns it, if there's a building there, if it has an approval, if it doesn't have an approval, all of these things will be documented. So the surveyors, who are the people who will map out the land and ownership and do the documentation at this stage, are very important. And again, that calls to the professionals in that area that we need to be able to speak to the truth exactly as it is. We've had cases of doctored surveys. You own a piece of land, like the HC said again, 600 square meters, and you bring something showing 900 square meters just because you want to get an approval. So you get the approval, you want to put up that same size of building on 600 square meters. So of course, all the information you give cannot be correct. All the setback will not be correct. And so there's a need for the surveyors to also assist in this process. Anyway, if they don't, the system will reject it. But of course, all of this will begin to come at a cost to the clients. And all of this leads to frustration in the system. So they too will be playing a very vital role in all of this. I've talked about the green building technologies, inclusive urban planning, transit-oriented development, which I've talked about earlier on. Our buildings should be climate resilient, smart city principles integrated into planning and execution of new growth areas. So properly aligning with our ODPs will also assist us so that we can get the best of these results. So what are the strategic recommendations? for strategic arrangements for the Lagos vision. We're calling on the private and public sector must be able to establish a robust national framework for coordinated development. The Lagos State government is not failing in its responsibilities to capitalize on that opportunity, and we're asking for private developers to come in and look at ways in which they can collaborate with the state government in all of this. We need to align our developments properly to meet up not just with zoning, but also changing trends in the climate and things that are happening around the world now. Fortunately, we do not suffer from things like earthquakes and the rest. But there are other things that we've seen. The rainy seasons are changing, water levels are rising. The period where we could say is rainy season and where we could say is hot season, they are all changing now. And so we must also be aware of that and be ready to work with that. Estate developers should incorporate infrastructural trends and environmental data into market assessment. And the need to build capacity. We talked about the need for estate developers to come together, probably have a platform where you make these things available. You'll be shocked that there might be so many things available in the market, but the people that need them are not aware. So it's only when they are fortunate or lucky to get an advert or see something of a particular estate agent that this is available. But they should be able to go to the website, where all estate agents have come together. Everybody, we know who owns what. I mean, there could be link, but I should just be able to go online and say, I'm looking for a 2-bedroom apartment with 2 toilets, 2 bathrooms, a store and a basement or whatever. And it gives me where it is available all over Lagos. I think the estate agents should be able to come together and do that. Of course, there will be a regulator, and which is where REDA comes in, to take care of such things so that people do not abuse it. So it's another opportunity for the tech companies to look at and bring the estate valuers together. Do it, let people know, and you find out that is where they will go whenever they are looking for properties to purchase or to acquire. And so I'll be talking about the way forward. Through deliberate collaboration and continued visionary leadership, Lagos can lead as a model of coordinated, sustainable, and forward-looking urban development, particularly in its real estate sector. Semi-urban areas are poised to become new frontiers of urban development. Success requires more than just investment, as it demands vision, discipline, and professional synergy across the built environment. So once again, I will just look at the main factors we have talked about. Infrastructure. Lagos State is doing much already, and there's also opportunity for a lot of investors to come in and do the other things that we have talked about. The OMIECO is also a collaboration with the French government. Like I said, the Minister of Finance Incorporated is already also working on the Green Line with the Lagos State government, and there are other lines that are also still available. And I'm sure even the waterways, there's still room for expansion. So there's a need for us all to collaborate to assist the government and we, the people, in growth of these areas. At the end of the day, we'll sit down, look at it with the government regulators, and so that we'll have a sustainable growth in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very detailed presentation. Okay, very quickly, we're moving on to one of our key highlights for today, and that will be our keynote speech by Dr. Armstrong Ume-Takang, CEO, Ministry of Finance Incorporated. I'll quickly read his profile, and then we'll welcome him up on stage. Dr. Armstrong Ume-Takang is the Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI, Nigeria's leading institution managing the federal government's investment assets. With over 25 years of experience in technology, private equity, and investment management, Dr. Armstrong is a visionary leader dedicated to achieving sustainable growth for Nigeria through strategic investments and innovative financial solutions. Before assuming his current role, Dr. Armstrong served as the special advisor to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, where he led major transformative initiatives. He played a pivotal role in evolving MOFI into a world-class private equity and venture capital entity, managing over $40 billion in assets. Additionally, he led the design and implementation of Project Lighthouse, a groundbreaking data analytics platform that significantly boosted the federal government's revenue generation capacity. Dr. Armstrong's expertise spans a diverse range of sectors, including transportation, banking, insurance, healthcare, education, and government administration. His career has seen impactful leadership across Africa, Europe, and the United States, including positions at KPMG and significant contributions to national development projects, such as the Integrated Financial and Economic Management Information System, IFEMIS, and the Voluntary Assets and Income Declaration Scheme, VAIDS. An alumnus of the University of Hull, UK, Imperial College Business School, London, and Harvard Business School, Dr. Armstrong holds a BSc and PhD in computer science. He is also a certified expert in private equity and venture capital. His board positions include esteemed companies in Nigeria and the United States, where he continues to drive innovation and sustainable growth. Dr. Armstrong's leadership has been recognized globally with prestigious accolades such as the African Finance Industry Personality of the Year Award 2025, African CEO of the Year 2025, and recognition as one of the 100 most reputable Africans 2024. His efforts have earned him acclaim as an influential figure in shaping Nigeria's economic future. Dr. Armstrong has also been instrumental in several landmark initiatives, including leading the transformation of MOFI into a federal government-owned private equity and venture capital powerhouse, which continues to grow Nigeria's economic influence globally. He spearheaded the development of Project Lighthouse, significantly enhancing Nigeria's tax collection capabilities, and oversaw large-scale national projects such as the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System, IPPIS, the ICT components of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU. His leadership also led to a landmark capital market transaction, raising 1 trillion for affordable housing under the MOFI Real Estate Investment Fund. Dr. Armstrong holds board memberships with several prestigious organizations, including the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company, and multiple electricity distribution companies in Nigeria, including Yola, Ibadan, Benin, Kano, Port Harcourt, and Abuja electricity distribution companies. Dr. Armstrong is committed to driving national development through transparent, efficient management of Nigeria's public assets and fostering sustainable economic growth. His leadership continues to inspire change, both in Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, if you may, please help me welcome the CEO, Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Dr. Armstrong Ume Takang, to give his keynote speech.
The Permanent Secretary, the CEOs and partners, distinguished guests, the media team, and let me acknowledge my wife, whom I do, sometimes it appears that I spend more time in airplanes, and sometimes it's also reasonable that it's good that our wives experience the lives that we lead so that they're more understanding when we're away from home. So occasionally I do take her along with me so she can see that when I tell her that I'm going to places, I really do go to those places. So thank you very much for your support. I also want to acknowledge my brother, Dr. Mecca, who is the ED at Family Homes Funds. I'm sure they're one of the headline companies for this program. You know, today and this event for me is special in a number of ways. My journey in my professional career in Nigeria actually started here in Lagos over 25 and a half years ago. That was when the current president was in his first year as governor. And as part of the changes that he wanted to make in the state, he charged us with the responsibility of building a platform that would allow the states to ensure that they can mobilize revenues to invest in a lot of the infrastructure projects that we see today. So for those of you who are here and old enough, there was a project at that time called the Global Computerization Program. At that point, the current minister, I'm sure the Honorable Commissioner, and I'm sure the PAMSEC are aware of that. Dr. Olayiwola then was in charge of IT. The current Minister of Finance was Commissioner for Finance. The current CBN Governor was Commissioner for Budget and Planning. The former VP was Attorney General, and then late Mrs. Kemi Nelson, may her soul rest in peace, was in charge of Women's Affairs, but she was also in the committee that was planning to get this project done. So every time I come to Lagos and I see what's happening, I'm actually quite excited to see how far we have come and, you know, with what is happening. And I'm also glad that the Permanent Secretary talked about the Green Line, which is a project that is really dear to us at MOFI. And, you know, with federal politics and the politics of federation, it took a bit of convincing that it is a project that we should back. You know, this project overall, by the time we're done, will be about $3.2 billion. Clearly, as big as Lagos economy is concerned, it will be difficult to expect Lagos to commit that amount of resource on a project like that and still be able to live up to its other financial commitments in the state. So we strongly believe that the federal government ought to partner with Lagos in delivering that project. We're still very convinced. And I'm sure with time, more people are being convinced about that, because Lagos is not just Lagos. Lagos is Nigeria. The economy of Lagos is a significant percentage of the economy of Nigeria. So if we expect Lagos to contribute 30 to 40% of Nigeria's GDP, and that benefits the entire federation, I think it only makes sense that the federal government also partners with Lagos in driving that economy. That's a belief, and it remains a belief. So Abuja to meet me, I didn't know who she was, and she wasn't sure. And then when we landed in Abuja, she came to me and she said, "You look like Dr. Armstrong." I said, "I am. It's not my brother." And she said, "Well, I'm actually coming to Abuja to see you." I said, "Well, you've seen me, so we might have the meeting at the airport." We did, and I made a commitment to her that I will be here. I was meant to be somewhere else in Abuja today, fairly high-profile event, but because I made a commitment to you, I'm keeping my word. All right, I believe that. I know we now live in Harvard, and we met, and she told me that she would like me to come and speak at Harvard. And I merged the meeting. It turns out that the meeting was supposed to go to Malaysia. Again, it has to do with Green Line, by the way. I'm sure you know the trip that Lamata and Co. took to Malaysia. So we couldn't make the trip to Malaysia that night, Friday. And then I spoke on Saturday. Early hours of Sunday, I flew back to Nigeria. She didn't believe it because she thought that, you know, she said, "Well, I'll see you. I'll believe it when I see you." So I think it is important that we keep our word, and which is what brings me to the point that was made earlier about when developers take people's money to deliver of the industry. When we can always find excuses not to meet up to our commitments. Anybody can. But it becomes a major deterrent to the sector. And it is for what I'm going to talk about today, and I'm sure that's why the organizers invited me. It was main driver for what we did. And you know, when we thought about reorganizing Mofi, the thing that I always thought about was the fact that, you know, we always talk about Nigeria as a land full of opportunities and has potential. But there's always a chasm between that aspiration and reality. It's a big gap. And, you know, when I spent time with a lot of the work that I had done, but one of the most recent was around private equity. I happened to manage a business that was funded by private equity in Congo and many other places. And I saw the power of capital. I saw what capital can do in terms of unlocking possibilities, in terms of building communities, in terms of building nations. And my firm belief was that we had a sleeping giant in the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Mofi, which was founded in 1959 by the British. So Mofi actually predates Nigeria's independence. So Mofi is actually older than the current Nigeria. And at the same time, it was formed in Malaysia, it was formed in Singapore, and many of the former British colonies. But the difference was that most of these other countries left Singapore, and Singapore was no longer part of Malaysia. They realized that this was a poor shipping city, and they were almost stranded. But Lee Kuan Yew decided that, you know what, we're not going to leave our destiny in the hands and feel helpless. We needed to take our own destiny in our own hands. And so one of the key decisions that they did at that point was to say, how do we take this vehicle, Mofi, and turn it into an engine of growth? And in 1974, their own Mofi became Temasek. Temasek today sits on assets of over $300 billion US and owns some of the most prestigious global brands, including Singapore Airlines. As many of you may know, Singapore Airlines has ranked as one of the top 3 airlines in the world for many years, back to back. At some point, they owned a significant percentage of Standard Chartered Bank. They owned even Olam, that started in Nigeria, but at some point, Temasek owned a significant percentage, and it was only recently that they sold that to SALIC, which is a Saudi livestock and agriculture and livestock investment company, and many other brands that they have invested in over time. If you go to Kuala Lumpur today, one of the 25-tower building is owned by Ministry of MOF Inc., which is their own Mofi equivalent, that has also invested significantly across different sectors of the economy. Whereas in our own case, it was just a shelf company. It never really operated as a proper asset management company. And so we felt that there was a need for us to really turn this around. And it was, you know, quite fortunate. This whole story started around May of 2020 during COVID, when all the economies had shut down and were scrambling to look for money to finance our budget. So the question was, for all these billions of dollars that we had invested in all these state-owned enterprises, why are these companies not part of the source of revenues to finance the budget through dividend payments? Because that's what's happening in many other economies. We're getting minimal returns in terms of dividends from these companies. And we were convinced that this had to change. Unfortunately, and that's why leadership is key. When you have visionary leadership that believes in what you want to do, it's very fundamental. And all of us in this room have a responsibility to pray and work for visionary leadership, because it's incredible what can happen when you have to something that becomes a major driver for the economic growth of a country. And why is that important? And I want you to imagine it in your own personal finance, your life, different locations, both in Nigeria and abroad. But you've not really spent time to think about the land that I bought in Lekki 20 years ago. How much cash flow is it generating for me? And when people agree to give you a loan, they give you at exorbitant interest rates because they think you are high risk Why? Because they do not even know what your financial status is. They don't know how much assets to borrow money from people who actually are holding our money. It's like somebody holds your money and you come to borrow from them and they lend it to you, lend your own money to you at exorbitant interest rates. So that it becomes an aggressive, value-oriented entity to be part of our economic story. And that fight continues even as today. Right? A lot of people who resist change. That's a fact. But it's okay. Fast forward 2023, the new MOFI was born. And, had a governing council that the president chairs, has a board, or the records show that we own. As a country, you won't believe that. Whereas our railway alone, we had borrowed billions of dollars to build the railway lines. But on record, it was showing that something trillion naira. Did more work and landed at about, by 2023, February, when the organization was launched, it was 18.2 trillion naira. And so we now engaged 10-year strategic plan. And so part of that 10-year strategic plan was to grow that asset base to 100 trillion naira within 10 years. Because we know that with that type of balance sheet, there's a whole lot that can be done. Right? We needed a national balance sheet, a consolidated balance sheet that shows our financial strength, because it allows us to have access to capital that we would not otherwise have access to. It allows us to have access to capital at cost that is far below market rate. It allows investors to have confidence to partner with us because they see our financial strength that is reflected. One is to establish what the federal government owns in terms of across different asset classes. The second was to say, let's take all of these corporate entities where we own shares in, government-owned enterprises where we own controlling shares, and government-linked companies where we own minority but significant shares in those entities. For instance, Transcorp, we own 11% or 0.04% of Transcorp. Hilton, as an example, we own a 10% share in Eswatini Sugar in Eswatini, and a few others as well. And we felt that we needed to be able to say, how do we impact, but also delivering sustainable risk-adjusted returns, because it's important. But up until this point, many of the companies, they have to deliver dividends. Can you imagine if you owned shares of any bank listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and they're telling you stories that you don't work there, you're not a contractor in shares if they're not giving you dividends, because that's the only value that you derive to bridge that gap over time. And when you think about the fact that every year our population is growing, so every year that we fail to do that, we're increasing that gap by about 900,000. Because all records indicate, most records show that we're not building more than 100,000 homes a year. So think about the fact that you're supposed to be building about 750,000 to 1 million, but you're only doing 100,000. Now, from our own perspective, and based on our third mandate, which is mobilizing capital at scale, we felt that something needed to change. Some of you may be owners or you work in primary mortgage institutions, but one thing that was very clear to us was that those institutions were at the brink of collapse because there was not enough liquidity for them to continue to write mortgages. They were licensed to write mortgages, but there was not enough liquidity. Because if you think about the fact that the effective lending rate, the MPR, is at 27.5%, and the minimum lending rate by banks is about 30%, because they add maybe 300 basis points to the MPR to be able to lend, and the maximum they give you is 5 years. Clearly, that was not going to be feasible for most of these primary mortgage banks, and even for the borrowers. Yes, a few people got financing from them, but really and truly, that's not a mortgage. You know, you're borrowing at 28 to 30% with a tenure of 5 years. Really, how many people can afford that? It doesn't even make any sense. And so we felt that, now, if you do that, it means you're constraining the rate at which developers can go borrow money to build houses. Because the number of people that can afford to buy those houses is also limited. Because if you're relying on only cash buyers or people that can borrow at those predatory rates, then you're reducing the number of people that can afford that. And we felt that that needed to change. That we're not going to compete with the primary mortgage banks. On the contrary, we need to create liquidity for them to on-lend and write those mortgages. We're not going to compete with developers. On the contrary, we'll provide liquidity for them to confidently know that if they use their own resources to borrow, to build houses, there will be buyers who have access to finance. For Nigerians, our view is that the home ownership is a fundamental human right. It's a fundamental human right. Now, given the reality of the fact that you have a 27.5% NPR, an effective lending rate of about 30%, you can't force a bank to lend at single digits or even 12%. You can't. Because the market realities do not allow that. And so our view was, how do you creatively merge the responsibility of government to catalyze different sectors of economy, to use its sovereign leverage and the access to cheaper financing and merge it with the liquidity that exists in private sector. So you create a combo financing package through blended finance. So we went to the president and said to him, Mr. President, you made a campaign you made a promise during the campaign that you're going to open up the mortgage space and provide mortgages for Nigerians. This is your chance to do it. So we said, this is what we'd like to do. We would like to combine government money at almost zero interest rates with private sector money that is benchmarked against the bond rates of the capital market, so that by the time we combine the interest rate, we want it to land around 12%. Even though we've reduced it to even further than that. So we got approval to raise a fund that leverages on blended finance of up to 2 trillion naira. And he approved it. I thought you'd clap for that. You're in Lagos. Let's not only criticize our leaders, but when they do something that works, let's also acknowledge it. I tell you, there are not very many people, and I've worked with quite a good number of presidents, there are not very many presidents who have such an audacious vision and be able to make such a commitment. He committed to us setting up a fund of up to 2 trillion naira, and government would provide a seed capital of up to 20% of that, which was 400 billion. And he approved it. So that was he personally spoke to, pretty much became the marketer. We spoke to almost all the pension fund administrators. Why is that important? Why is that important? And pension funds are meant to be used for long-term financing, infrastructure, roads, rail, housing, things that benefit Nigerians. After all, that is why you're saving the money. So that not only is it providing security for your retirement, but it should also be invested in things that you need as of today. Good quality road, rail, waterways, electricity, housing. We must make sure that we use those resources to invest in these areas. And our view to the pension fund administration and PENCOM was the fact that we cannot continue to use people's retirement just to buy T-bills, and bank deposit. That's good. So we're going to come back to you with an MREF. And what is that MREF? We in government will mobilize resources to de-risk this fund and take a first loss position. So we would have to lose all our money before you lose money. Rate is below that, but you still get returns that are commensurate with market rates. Why is it important for us, government? The more houses we build, the more. And these are all entities that will pay the company income tax that keeps government going. The jobs that are going to be created are the jobs that will not only ensure that. We also work on the principle that government is the senior shareholder of all enterprises in Nigeria. Let me repeat myself. So your dividend is based on net profit. So they take that profit. So with that benefit comes responsibility. And the responsibility is to make sure that we're creating opportunities where our private enterprises grow. We're creating opportunities where they make more revenues and create value. It was a win-win for everyone. It was a win-win for government, because government will benefit from it. It was a win-win for Nigerians, because through activities in real estate, we can grow the economy. We can create opportunities for private companies. And so creating the MREF was a no-brainer. We went to the market to SEC and registered the 1 trillion, which was half of what the president had approved. We started with that. And then out of that 1 trillion we registered, it's already in the capital market. It's with ARM as the fund manager. We have a trustee, so the money is safe. It's not even with us as Mofi. And it's not only giving, we've already written, we're very close to 1,000 mortgages already written as part of this pilot. We've disbursed almost 60 billion. We anticipate that by March next year, at the current run rate, we probably would have finished disbursing series 1. But we'll go to the market before that to raise the second series, which will take us to about $500 billion. Again, to provide liquidity. Our view is that in the long term, we should have a revolving line of credit of no less than 10 trillion naira available to finance houses in Nigeria. So that you as developers, when you build, you know that there are people who are going to come and buy. They have the financial source to buy this, not just from what they own. So right now, our rates are 9.75% interest rates. You like goodies, but when you see them, you don't seem to recognize them. I said our rates are 9.75%. And you can borrow your tenure up to 25 years, depending upon your age. Yes. And it's real. Go talk to your mortgage bank. We have a number of primary mortgage banks. This is real. It's not some phantom political spill. It's real. The money is real. The mortgages are there. People are benefiting from it. So if you don't, it's because you're cheating yourself of your own opportunity. Right? So that's what we have. That's what we have. And that's why when you spoke to me about coming to speak here, you were not doing me a favor. I'm not doing you a favor. I'm doing the destiny of Nigerians a favor. Because the more people know about this, the better for them. Because I'm surprised sometimes as to how many opportunities are out there for Nigerians, but very few of them know about it. So we in government have a responsibility to use every platform, every opportunity to ensure that we bring this information to Nigerians, make it easy for them to access it, and see that they benefit from it. It is your right to benefit from a program like this. So even if there were only 2 people here, I would have still come to speak to you. And so when you talk about going back to basics, for us, that's what it means, going back to basics. It is about saying that we cannot continue as a people to be going through the Sahara Desert, through the Atlantic Ocean, to go and look for things in other countries that are in our own country. That is not the type of Nigeria we should be creating, where our young people are so destitute and so hopeless that they are willing to travel months through the deserts and get into rickety boats. I used to wake up at 5 a.m. to go do a cleaning job on a bike on a snowy road. I will fall a couple of times if I get there. And I still have to come back and go to class at 7 a.m. Is that the future we want for our people? Whereas the same people that are supposedly creating those opportunities are taking the resources from here. Think about the rail lines in Nigeria. Most of those rail lines, the connection was from the source of raw materials right up to the ports. They didn't go to the villages that were not relevant because they saw our countries as a source of raw materials to drive their own economies. I went to Malaysia, I saw the same thing. So we cannot continue to go somewhere else to be looking for things that we have in our own country. We just need to be creative. We need to be ingenious. The PAMSEC was showing all of those opportunities on there. What the green line, I know, today is not about the green line, but I want to talk a little bit about it. When this opportunity was brought to us, I had to go back to federal government to convince them that yes, this is Lagos State. It's on Lagos land. But this is fundamental for the growth of the economy. That corridor is one of the fastest growing middle class corridors anywhere in the continent. And by putting a rail line there, you're opening up incredible opportunities. The transit-oriented development that you're going to open up in that corridor is unmeasurable. And so for me, it was a no-brainer. It was a no-brainer. So that's why I had to go back and got the check, China Harbour, to convince them to invest in the pre-feasibility, because I knew that if I came to Lagos and go to federal government to finance that, I would just delay it. So the best way was to go and convince them why they should get money to finance that. And they did, and I came back to Lagos and I said to the governor said, prove to me that you guys can do it. Came back to them after 3 months and we showed them the feasibility about what we had done. And he began, they started becoming convinced about it. Went back to federal government, asked for it to be included in the budget, which was included. And then went back and said we needed sovereign guarantee. We got $2 billion worth of sovereign guarantee from federal government. And now, we're working, because, contrary to other projects that you see that take so many years, we don't want that to happen. We want to make sure that before we break ground, we have all the money in the bank, so that nothing will stop the project from not only starting, but being completed. And that's why I was glad about what the PAMSEC said. Even the Honorable Commissioner talked about the fact that this is a project that for us is a game changer. It will be a template of how federal government can partner with state governments to deliver projects that none of them on their own can deliver. And that's why we feel confident about the housing, about MREF. We'll be going back to the market to raise more money. So all I say to you here is that for Lagos State, thank you for being not only the center of excellence by, in words, but in deed. Because when we talk about projects in the real estate space, Lagos is leading the way. We see that as you open more corridors, you're demonstrating that Nigerians, Lagosians, or the residents of Lagos can own their own home and not only become a home for them, but it's an investment structure. It is a legacy structure for their families and generations thereafter. It is also a place where developers can see a piece of land along any of these transit corridors. Whether it is the one that the waterways are opening up, the ones that the rail is opening up, and other infrastructure developments will be opening up, they see that this is an opportunity for them to go there and develop properties, and people have a need to go to those places that they would not have gone otherwise. So developers have that opportunity. And on the MREF, we have an offtake guarantee element of it, which means that when you go to the bank and you want to borrow money to develop the property and they ask you, give me a guarantee that you have buyers, you can go to MREF, and MREF will give you an offtake guarantee provided you meet all the conditions of up to about 3-point-something billion naira per project as a single obligor unit. Right? So for us, these are things that are game-changing. And I'm glad that we're in Lagos that is leading the way of doing that. I'm glad that we're rethinking how we deploy and deliver infrastructure projects. That's going back to basics. We're rethinking it. And I can say to you confidently that we have no reason to be going to other places to look for what we have in our country. We have none. But all of us in this room have a responsibility to begin to see that the things that appear to be challenges are really opportunities. It's about providing solutions in an innovative way to ensure that we deliver on those. And we're very confident that all of you here are partners. And we're looking forward to partnering with you in any way that you want us to partner with, in using the sovereign status, sovereign resources, the sovereign platform to partner with you, to make sure that those of you who want to build great real estate companies, you have the opportunity to do so. Those of you that want to own a home that is not just a place to stay, but a family legacy that you can hand over to your children, you have an opportunity to do so. And for states like Lagos that are looking for partners to make sure that you deliver on the vital infrastructure that you need, you have that in the federal government through the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. And I'm so glad that I have a president and I have a minister that gives us all the support and all the resources that we need to deliver this. Please come join us. Let's partner together. Thank you very much.
Wow, 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 wow. Sounding like an ambulance at this point. Wow. No words. No words but gratitude. Gratitude that we still have men like you, sir. Personally, you remind me of my dad. Because he was a man of integrity. And you said it, you said integrity is something that you stand for. And I feel like what you've given most of us in the room now is possibilities. We can see what we can become. We know what's possible. And we're aiming for greater heights, which includes owning homes and also providing homes to other people. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. I feel like we need to just soak everything in, but we don't have time, so we're just going to proceed to the plenary session. I'm just going to quickly introduce the moderator, and then I'll just call the names of the other panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a plenary session right now, and we will be discussing retail and commercial real estate, road to growth. Okay, so I'm looking for okay, we're having a plenary session right now, and the session objective is really around real estate undergoing a fundamental transformation shaped by economic pressures, technological advancements, and everything. So we're going to be talking about understanding policy real estate dynamics in Nigeria, monetary and fiscal policies, as well as land use and zoning regulations. Basically, everything that has been talked about today, we're having a panel session around it where we're going to go into more detail. And our moderator is no other than the country manager, CBRA/Accelerate Nigeria Limited, Habinachi Owonda. He is a proficient real estate professional with rounded competence across facilities management, corporate real estate advisory, transaction management, and project management functions. He possesses almost 2 decades of experience working across multiple geographies in sub-Saharan Africa and different industry sectors, driving revenue growth and enhancing portfolio value through innovative client-focused solutions. Habinachi is a certified corporate real estate and facilities management professional with the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, a member of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, and a registered surveyor and valuer. He holds a Master of Science degree in Real Estate Management and a Bachelor of Technology, BTech degree in Estate Management. Thank you so much, our dear moderator. We're also going to be having the special advisor to the governor on EGs and urban development, Lagos State government, but he will be joining us online. And I would like to welcome our engineer Oluwole Shotire. I had to go and find out, and I think I did well. So please join us on the panel as well. And then we'll be having the CEO UPDC, if he's here, would like to have you on the panel side, the person of Odunayo Ojo. And we'll be having the MD of Wema Board Limited, Mr. Bashir Oladini, if he's here. We'd like to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. And then last but not least, we'll have Mabel Okereke, partner, Babalakin and Co. for this plenary session. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to use this opportunity to appreciate the convener of this event, Madam Emilda, and the Think Mint team for doing me the honor and inviting me to moderate this panel session. With me here are very distinguished panelists and captains of industry, thank you, in their respective rights. And we will be discussing the implications of policies regulations and how they have impacted the real estate market. So I'll just dive straight down to the questions because of we're pressed for time. We'll be speaking to the investment environment, and I'd like to direct my first question to you, Mr. Odoayo Ojosa. How would you say, all right, how would you say the, excuse me, how would you say that the recent monetary and financial fiscal policies, such as the interest rates, the FX policies, the inflations that has plagued Nigeria, how would you say that has shaped UPDC's decisions and how they have tackled the real estate, their real estate projects?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to also thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this event. So over the last 2 years, and even beyond, I think post-COVID, we've seen the operating environment in the real estate industry seriously challenged. And we've seen how the instability in the various indices in the economy, from inflation to foreign exchange rates to interest rates, have become a serious hindrance to business growth. And as primary developers, we've had to find innovative ways of managing that investment climate. Luckily, we are beginning to see some stability in the economy. We are seeing interest rates beginning to adjust, although very slowly, to what is happening in around the economy. We are seeing inflation rates dropping on a quarter-by-quarter basis. Even on a monthly basis, we've seen inflation rates continue to go down, and we are seeing stability in the foreign exchange rate as well. What was mainly disruptive for us was the lack of stability, and that you couldn't really forecast, you couldn't really plan adequately when the environment was changing so rapidly. So what we've had to do, back to the question, to navigate this was to begin to put a lot more effort into forecasting and imputing some of the uncertainties into our forecasting models. So where previously you will have used maybe 10%, 15%, sometimes 20% contingency in your construction program, you will have had to do a lot more just to be able to absorb some of the radical swings that we saw in the rates. And we've also had to use a lot more of our own equity than bank rates, because the bank rates were too high to sustain the kind of businesses that we do. And lastly, we've had to also collaborate more with the people within the value chain in the real estate sector. So from joint venture partnerships with state governments, to joint venture partnerships with landowners, to contractor financing and off-plan sales. These are some of the ways we have used to navigate the uncertainties. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. We have joining us online, as our moderator had said, Dr. Olajide Abiodun Babatunde, and I'd just like to confirm if you can hear us, sir. Okay. Please, can you help resolve that so that he can actually be a part of this meeting? So I'll move over to the next question. And that would go to you, Mr. Oladoni of Wema Board. I'll be speaking to navigating land risk as it relates developments. So how have you at Wema Board conducted your due diligence strategies such that you can mitigate the risks that are associated with acquiring land, especially as it relates to titles, zoning issues, and other regulatory issues? How have you navigated that in your space? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, the moderator. To us, we believe land is the major raw material for any real estate investment company. And access to land remains a major issue because of all the intricacies that comes with it. But what we've been able to do, because our own philosophy is that we hold on to the 3 R's when it comes to investment: regulation, risk, and return. But the most important of the 3 R's is the regulation. We ensure that we comply with all regulations that has to do with access to land. And in the recent time, even though we have our in-house legal team that investigates any land that we want to go into, the first thing is for us to conduct necessary search at the Surveyor General's office, first to confirm whether or not the land is under acquisition. If it's not under acquisition, or if it's under acquisition, is it something that you can secure consent for ratification? If that is available, so we can factor the cost of that into the entire investment scheme. And in recently, we found that if we should not limit ourselves to just the land registry in your search for confirming whether the land is something you should invest in. We've had to learn from recent events that beyond you going to the land registry to see whether that title is real in terms of whether there is a CFO or there is a deed of assignment that is duly registered, you need to also go further to the Surveyor General's office. But because in most cases, recently we found that even though you have a title that is registered and you can confirm it at the land registry in Lagos, sometimes the survey plan are usually, sometimes people, they call it, they use different survey plan to get the title. We had that experience in the recent time, and that we've been able to now upscale our search engine such that we are not limiting ourselves to the land registry alone. We extend it to the Surveyor General's office to be sure that the location of the land in question is actually what is contained in the document that are made available to us. By and large, we've because we have a land bank, so we have a couple of lands that are available for us in our development plan for the next 5-10 years. That notwithstanding, we've had to deal with the issue of Omonile, and we've creatively seen them as stakeholders. From the get-go, we onboard them as stakeholders, not as competitors or as enemies. We see them as part of the project because, again, you cannot run away from the reality. Even when you have a CFO, you still have to deal with the Omoniles and avoid a situation where... So basically, we ensure that we uphold the standard in the industry, engage qualified consultants, lawyers, estate surveyors, land surveyors to help in confirming the authenticity of whatever title or land that we want to invest in. Again, what we also do is to test the water by saying, rather than paying in full, we make a part payment so that we, having paid the first installment, we request that you give us access to the land. So by that, if there are issues, we would have known early enough so that we can then factor it. Either we go away from it, or if there are issues that we feel we can resolve, then we resolve it and we move ahead. Basically, we work seriously with government agencies. I'm sure you know that, again, our ownership structure, we are owned by 6 southwestern states. So we work closely with the various state governments to ensure that even if where we have issues with land, we are able to resolve them on time without hindering our process. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for those valuable insights. I don't know, Mr. Kirike, would you want to just contribute on how Babalaki and Co support their clients navigate these challenges?
Thank you very much. And once again, thank you for having us. So I'll give you very vivid illustrations so that most of you in the room probably will be able to, my stories will be able to resonate with you. Less than a month ago, I got a call and the client says to me, Madam, someone has just encroached on my property and they have started building. And it turns out that the person who is encroaching has made a report to the police and has written a petition. And then the owner of the land, who genuinely acquired the land and has evidence that he was the one who acquired first in time, now has to be the victim and who's the one protecting or having to defend himself. The question I then ask is, what was the depth of the due diligence that was done before the acquisition of this property? Now, there are very plain DDs that can be done in real estate transactions where they are pure, simple, go to land registry, and then you confirm there are no encumbrances. But then it becomes where you're dealing in assets that have been traded with over and over again. And then, for instance, we've gotten a mortgage and we've secured that lending by the asset, and then it's been discharged, but then it hasn't been properly documented at the lands registry, and you're acquiring, and at about the same time, different people own titles to the same asset. You're then asking yourself, whose property is this? Who's first in time? So it's critically important in this conversation, and that's part of the things I was reflecting on, and that's my gospel to you in the room today, that in your real estate transaction, do not bring in your lawyer after you've conceptualized the deals and signed your tickets, your contracts. I think it's in one way, it's not the very best way to go after these deals. Now, if, for instance, you had signed those deals and you had a full refund of what you've paid for the assets, but in most cases, again, some of those indemnities do not cover the client adequately, covers you in the event that it turns out that that asset is unencumbered. Nothing is as saddening as finding out that you have developed a property and at the end of the have a judgment of court. So yes, we have seen DD at the lands registry, but how many people do DD up to court levels? And then most people don't even realize that and they're doing a transfer. So that's why at the point of stress for this risk in your
documentations. Now I'll come to you, Honorable Permanent Secretary, Engineer, to the
government agencies and government that give large chunks of land to developers for mass who want to bring up a massive piece of land. Of course, the land would also go at a certain price. It's not free, like we say in Lagos. Land is our oil, and that's the only thing we can.
Sir, Dr. Babatunde, I don't know if you can hear me clearly, and if you heard the question that I had asked. Thank you.
Apparently, I'm here with the special advisor of the Surveyor General, ES Land and the ES Land. So we are here trying to negotiate our land administration software, which also speaks to what the one of the speakers was talking about. But directly related to one of the questions that you asked Engineer Shotire, which is about the supply of land. You know, I want to assure you that part of the effort of government is to make land available for development. So Lagos, with a population of 22 million out of 220 million, which is like the population of the whole country. So you can see that 10% of the population of Lagos, and yet Lagos has a land mass which is the smallest of all the states in the Federation. So it's and beyond. As I speak to you today, there is a bridge trying to connect the Omukri. The government of Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu is now trying to bring on board in terms of addressing the housing gap and also our need for land. So, Peter Dale said any country that manages their land resources very well is rich, and those that are not are the Newtown Development Agency. One of our other agencies called LASURA, that's the Lagos State Urban Renewal Agency, is also embarking on regeneration. We know that our new towns are being planned by the Ministry of Physical Planning to go vertical. But LASURA also, in the regeneration drive, we are trying to increase the amount of and have per square meter, per parcel, per scheme in Lagos. So LASURA has now come up with some regeneration scheme. Where we're doing Katangwa, we're going to be doing Okubaba. We've relocated people from Okubaba. We've moved them to Agbowa. Agbowa is a brand new area where you are up there. Then you also have the Timberville. The Ministry of Physical Planning has already built, together with the Ministry of Housing, about 260 houses, and people have been relocated there. In site and services. So we'll provide the land, provide the services in terms of infrastructure, and even the Ministry of Housing. You clearly that even the Ministry of Housing is providing land and dealing with developers. I haven't answered actually making land available for developers and the citizens of Lagos. I also want to tell you that in terms of the madam that spoke very much about securitization of title. Because part of the problems that we have in Lagos is that we have multiple systems that we inherited. For you to have a good land information system, it must be transparent. For you to have a computerized land cadastral, all land must be mapped and surveyed. That's why the gentleman who spoke so much about the Office of Surveyor General. And the madam also mentioned clearly that you should involve your lawyers when you are trying to acquire land. I want to tell you that what we inherited in Lagos, we inherited Queen's title. Even up to date, some titles are still by the hand of the Queen. We inherited titles from the Western region. So I'm sure Wema Board will be able to tell you more about that. So we still have some titles that are domiciled in Badon, in the land registry there. We have titles from the federal government. And you see, we still have the Ikoyi registry. We only just come together with the federal government, and the committee has been formed where myself and the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development are now, spearheading this to some of our other colleagues. We have title from Lagos State. We have some local government titles because before the Latif Dakonde declaration, I'm sure local governments also gave land. And the elephant in the room, we have Omonile schemes and titles and global acquisition and excision and a couple of other things. Maybe this is not where we can talk about everything at once, but I want to tell you that all of these things are now being managed. So I want to tell Madam that currently in survey corrections, because you have multiple, imagine you have an Omonile global title. One section of the family has given land to Shipde section of the family has given the same land to Babatunde. So what do? So two people are now having documentation from the same family, and we're having to regularize this thing, and they're creating double consent. So there's a lot of work to be done. And this is not only work to be done by Lagos State government. We are calling on everybody, including the ONILES, lawyers, practitioners, and everyone to come together. All hands must be on deck for us to have what we call a cadastral fabric for Lagos. So by the time you have a cadastral fabric, that means that when you go to any point on our cadastral fabric, you'll be able to tell whether the land belongs to 2 or 3 people, or whether the land is free from all these kinds. I also want to tell you that together with Interspatial, some Canadian firm, and also a South African firm, we've now completed the mapping for Lagos and correct, which will be useful for everybody, not only from the back end, but also those of you in the front are able to go to the platform, to our platform, do a search, and get true information. You can also apply for a land, get the land, and also the certification end-to-end on our EGIS platform. It's going to be one-stop shop. We will correct everything that needs to be corrected. I think this will be part of Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu and Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who actually started this process. Now we have a cloud service and also an on-prem facility, which is hybrid, that works together with the cloud. So the cloud service is our about 4, and the on-prem service is our about 3. I mean, not like any other state has in the entire country, and the first of its kind in the whole of West Africa.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your insights and your rest. In the interest of time, I'll just take parting shots from your clients from a legal perspective, and also regulations that you are aware of might be coming into play. Give us an outlook for the next 3 years. I'll start from my right, sir.
Members of the public, and I was going to ask that, how many of you have bothered to find out if where you are living or you are working has a building approval by the state government? And you hear people saying things like, they never gave us notice, they just came suddenly. But you know all of this is going on. So you know that the state government is saying that these people do not have an approval. And maybe they've built on the wrong piece of land or something. But all of us are seated comfortably. We're not trying to find out about that for where we are working or living. Some of us are still going to rent new properties, acquire new properties, and we're not finding out this information. So where am I going? It's very important that we begin to take some of these things seriously. There's no reason why you should be thinking of acquiring. We're not doing anything about it now. I mean, maybe we're hoping that someday, or that never, the state government will just never come over to that place. So it's important for us all to realize the fact that we need to find out the status. We're going to be very serious about the status of buildings. And so we encourage real estate developers and even all of us that are acquiring properties to request for these things and make it for your property. That's my parting shot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that. Mr. Ojo, if you can respond, sir.
Okay, so very quickly.
The last speaker said, we see a very positive future in real estate. However, we see that it will be driven by the taste and the style of the new generation. situation where most the government, especially the regulatory bodies, would experience a massive request for change of use from either commercial or fully residential to mixed. At the CBD centers, we have a lot of abandoned properties, unoccupied units that are calling for. We are supporting the regeneration of the CBDs. Yesterday, we just inaugurated the Marina Broad Street Renaissance Group. That is a platform that is meant to champion the safety of life and properties along the CBD. We see that happening in the next couple of years. We also see a positive area in the area. The future is positive. However, we need to be very creative, too good. So be careful and do more investigation. The future is bright as far as we are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And over to you, Mr. Okereke.
Thank you very much. From framework, and I was speaking to what we have seen in the Nigerian capital market as a result of the Investment and the Securities Act that was passed by the Honorable President, Mr. President, earlier on this year. I'm a far corner in the hall. And then he said, this PAPS system that you've talked about where African countries can pay and have settlements across the continent without requiring foreign, how do I bring in capital into Nigeria? Now, my message to you in this room today is we have enormous opportunity, and it so happens that everyone is coming to Lagos. Market Solicitors Association. And the conversation is, for this sector, we require long capital, we require patient capital. And with the innovations we see under the new ISA, we see instruments. I had reflected on funding of real estate structures because what has happened in the last 24 months, thereabout, has beat everything we have seen. And this is the completion period, but we can't fulfill it. The contract is frustrated. What do we do? At that point, from where I sit, blended finance, and I'm so the same thing. I'm happy about the guarantees that are being provided. So yes, there's a lot of opportunity.
Thank you so much. Ensure you get your structure right. And over to you, Dr. Babatunde, your parting shot, sir.
The future is now. So the first thing I would also like to add to the future is now. Somebody talked about the Insurance Act that has just been gazetted by the federal government. LAPCA decided to enforce our, because we already had those things as part of our laws in Lagos before. So, and we now have an insurance broker in the next 1 month. Must have insurance. We are moving from filling stations to commercial buildings. Every commercial building within the next 2 months must have insurance. And that defines commercial second floor is the commercial building. Doesn't matter whether it is people that are living inside. That law defines commercial buildings as any structure that has more than 2 floors. Once it is more than ground and building. In Lagos, we have, from the auto that we have just captured, we have over 5 million properties. Even the survey records, from the Office of Survey shows that we have just a little over 1 million properties with surveys. So that means that the remaining 90%, within the next 6 months, we are going to register them. We need to bring them into our cadastre. So if you have a land that is unregistered, this is the opportunity to do that. So Engineer Shotiri also talked about building approval. So we are coming up with something between Lazerera and LASPIC. LASPIC is Lagos State Planning Information Center. REDA is Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Agency. Before you buy a property or rent a property, ensure that it has a building approval and it has all the state certification. If it were a building, so from the REDA portal, you can check for approval and ensure that the property has an approval. You know, regularization of unregistered land, we have started with Ilashe, Ipishi, and Takwa Bay. We are working with some consultants, and we have now captured about 300 properties that have no survey within our system, that are not registered, and have no approval. We are going to be working with the Office of Physical Planning. I'm talking about the Office of Urban Development, agencies, LACA and LASPA, working with the Office of Surveyor General and the Land Bureau to ensure that all of these things are captured. So the EGIS project, the Enterprise Geographic Information Service, is also fully on board, you know, to help us with an enterprise solution to manage all of these things. We also have the electronic physical planning process system. Yes. You know, under which regime you will now be able to process approvals end to end on our platform without having to go to Alausa and wasting man hours. The end goal is that if all conditions are met, you can get your approval in 10 minutes. Finally, LACA is going around conducting an audit. So Engineer Shotire has already won. If you don't have a building approval, or if you are not sure, ensure that you check, because we are now going around conducting these audits. Once you have not come to us to apply for a building approval, you are going to pay a penalty before we even consider granting you to be part of the approval processes. So what Churchill said is that we do not know whether if we change, things will be good. But for things to be good, we have to change. You know, so that change is now, it starts with me and you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say a big thank you to my distinguished panelists for honoring us and being here and sharing these insights with us. I'd like us to rise to take a photograph as we bring.
That was a good, yeah. Go and get your house in order. I think that's what everybody was trying to say. So thank you. Thank you to our moderator. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much for that insightful conversation. Okay, moving on. Right now, we're about to do something very remarkable. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the exhibition tour coming up, but before we proceed to that, we'd like to pause and honor two distinguished leaders whose contributions are truly shaping our industry and national development. We have the full award segment, but for now, we are going to be presenting 2 awards to these 2 remarkable individuals. Our first recognition goes to a leader who we have seen, we have heard, we know that he is a remarkable leader, and he plays a strategic role in national assets, investment, and fiscal growth. He is no other than the CEO, Ministry of Finance, Incorporated. Please direct your attention to the screen for a short citation in his honor. Media, over to you as we invite the Honorable Commissioner in the person
and development of the Nigerian real estate industry, Mr. Armstrong Takan, MD CEO, Ministry of Finance Incorporated.
Oh wow, so I would like to invite the Honorable Commissioner to please present the award. Can we have the award, please? Okay, you're here.
Okay. At least now I have the power to commandeer my Oga, Madam, I'm seeing you for the first time today. I really must thank you, because I think that I've always been seeing you in a very cute suit, and I've not seen you in a local attire. I said he won it once. Now I know the person doing the work. Thank you very much, madam. Dr. Armstrong, I have been following your trend very secretly, and I've seen all the good works you've been doing. And you did talk about it today, about the visionary leader that we have in person of our president. And if you listen to the way he presented his talk today, you could see the growth of the formation of Murphy. Now, my appeal to you is that I know you are very close to, but please, let us formalize the structure of Murphy, that it is, by the time he's leaving the office, that we're going to have it backed by law so that the continuity can be guaranteed. And I'm looking specifically at, I don't know how it's going to be done, but the possibility of having a clearly defined requirement of all the people that will be appointed thereafter into that afford this organization to go down. Within the short period they've started, we can see the effect of what they are doing. And I was just outside there, a mortgage banker was confirming, first you are building will not be rubbish in 10, 20 years to come. There must be that continuity. Anybody coming to take off that baton must be able to take it from this level to another higher level. So please, I
share the same feeling. This is monumental. And you can only find things like this in REDA. So start looking forward to REDA 2026. Goes to a man who we have seen. I'm sure he's not even aware that he's going to receive this. And we've all heard from him, and we've seen that he is a no-nonsense man who is bringing order in Lagos State. The person we're about to present this award to is the Honorable Commissioner for Urban and Physical Planning, who just left the stage right now. Please, can we have his citation? Please focus your attention on the screen.
The Special Recognition Award for contributions to growth and development of Nigerian real estate industry. And the award goes to Engineer Dr. Onyinka Olumide, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Urban and Regional Planning.
Woo! And I'm going to invite the CEO, ThinkMate Nigeria, to present this honorable award, the person of Mrs. Imelda Osoro Olaoye.
Honorable Commissioner, I mean, if you haven't met him, you probably think from father, oh, he's so strict. But Engineer, as I always call him, Honorable Commissioner is a very endearing person. I recall meeting him, I think it was 2 weeks ago when I came in to town, and the reception was, he didn't know I was coming, but he was just very open-armed. And I'm sure that's how the ministry is. If you're within the real estate industry, you would know that there's really structure now compared to some years back. And that's what the ministry is all about. So this is very...
Thank you so much, sir, for upholding order in Lagos State. Over 22 million people. Our distinguished guest speakers, delegates, and VIPs, would like you to take suit after them, please. After them. Thank you very much. DJ, let's have That's Your soft music. So please, while the exhibition is going on, we can all look around.
Okay, so for Populeki, why you can walk, shop, eat, play, gym, and leave, because we have apart hotels coming up on the top floor of the building. So the idea is you get to do everything in one space. You don't have to step out of the building you have all your essentials in one space. So if you're lodging with us, you can work, you can shop, you can eat, you can play, you can gym, all in one facility. We also have a cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac is coming up just beside Purple Maryland. It's a 1-bed, 2-bed, 3-bed apartment that's coming up just beside Purple Maryland as well. And then we have the Nanos. The Nanos are the apart hotels on top of Populeki. Yes, and then of course we have Purple Maryland that has been there for about 9 years, 8-9 years. Yes, so that's about Purple.
And here at Think Me Nigeria, we are a marketing firm, and we bring accessibility to affordable real estate to your doorstep, to your screens, on your billboards, everywhere. We have our core value. Basically, we offer flexible payment plan. We deal with a lot of off-plan projects and also project that has flexible payment plan. And also one of our standout points is that we don't take agency fee for any of our projects. And now we also partner with mortgage. We have a mortgage sister company that is affiliated to us. So we are a go-to for you when you want to build your wealth, you want to increase your wealth over time. We are a place that you can trust with your investment. Thank you for visiting our stand.
Yeah, and the product we have on offering today is our Brompton City project, which is located along Lekki Scheme 2. If you're familiar, and it's the best time for investors, buyers to key into the project. The plots are from 350 square meters all the way to 1,000 square meters for commercial. On the plots when you buy, you can either build standalone houses on the smaller plots. We also have plots for semi-detached, where you have 2 units on a plot. And then there are plots for either terraces or apartments. So on the 1,000 square meter plots, you can have up to 6 to 8 units of flats, or you have about 4 terraces on them. As you can see, it's a fully planned estate, and most people that buy, either you buy as an investor or you buy as a developer, you key into the infrastructure we provide, and then you can either sell the buildings while we provide facility management. So we are open for business. Thank you. So on here, at the perimeter are the apartments. So they are ground plus 3. So you can, between 6 to 8. On this prototype, there are 8. So you have 2 units on the ground floor. They have ample parking. So depending on how you do, each apartment would have each apartment will have between 1 and 2 car parking spaces. Yes, parking. All here is parking. At the side is parking. Yes. It's a UPDC project, sir. We well thought through. There's no way there won't be ample parking. And each of these other ones can do have between 2 to 3 car parking space. We encourage people to build, because for you as an owner, if you do not build, then the plot might become expensive for you, because you need to be servicing the plots in terms of service charge. Yes, you'll be paying service a vacant plot. So over time, it doesn't really make sense that you leave the plot vacant. So we'll encourage you to build as quickly as possible. Yes. No, you must start construction within 2 years. Would spoil you, yes. And additionally, so what we also do is we provide development management services. So if you buy the plot, we can help you develop, and that whole development management service also includes raising the financing for you to build. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, sorry. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We've been in Nigeria over 30 years, delivering quality services to both low-income earners, middle, and high-end. We have a project here in Lagos. Okay, we're in Abuja, Kaduna, and Lagos. In Lagos, we have a project that kicked off 5 years ago. It's not here. It's in Abraham Adesanya Estate. So most times we partner with the government. The one we have in Abraham Adesanya, we partnered with Lagos State government. This one, Shelter Valley Estate, is in Ogombo Aja, and that one is in partnership with LSDPC. There we have 4-bedroom terraces, we have 2 bedrooms, we have 1 bedroom, 3-bedroom terraces, and 2-bedroom terraces as well. Here we have urban shelter living. We have 5-bedroom townhouses. We have an apartment block that has studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and then a penthouse of 4 bedroom. We also have MKO Abiola Market. This we have 5 square meter shops, 10 square meter shops, open stores, and the unique thing about our projects is that we do mass housing. With mass housing, we are able to have communal living to encourage people not just stay alone, but have neighbors, and then we also have mortgages. For outright payments, that's acceptable. We also have payments that are spread over 2 years. Our initial deposit is 40%. We've done 30% before as well, and you can spread over 18 to 2 years. So what we noticed is most times when we tell people that they can come in with 40%, most people will tell you that 40% of 180, that's still a lot. So we have mortgage partners that we have reached out to work with them as well. And we're also grateful that MoFi came with the 9.75%, and that has also helped people to access it better. So that's what we have in Urban Shelter Lagos. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Family Home Funds. Today we're presenting our help to own product, where we're trying to bridge the gap for home ownership. Our mortgage product allows you to just put down a 10% deposit, and the 90% will be covered by our PML in collaboration with Family Home Funds. The tenure is spread over 20 years, and we have a single-digit interest rate of around 9%. And we're in partnership with MREEF. We're very happy to see Dr. Takang here. He mostly also owns Family Home Funds. Welcome, sir.
Hello?
Good afternoon, sir. Zamaz. You're welcome to our booth. This is Construct, and we are a construction procurement platform that helps simplify the entire procurement process from end to end, from the point of ordering to delivering your materials on site. So that's simply what we do, one-stop shop for all your building materials. So instead of dealing with multiple suppliers, you get to deal with just one source, and that way we're saving you time, and we're also saving you money because we're aggregators. We get to, buy in bulk, and then we're getting rebates, which we then pass on to our customers. Yes, so we're saving you time as well. We're allowing you focus on what you know how to do best, which is building, while we take off that stress of procuring materials for you. You're welcome.
For example, Nigerian stock goes in Lagos chapter.
They're having their conference right now. I'm supposed to be there after this place and tomorrow. Those are the people you need to talk with very seriously. Nigerian Society of Engineers, quantity surveyors, those are people you need. This is a good work because one can leverage on your bulk purchase and also the quality. Yeah.
Yes. Financing, because you understand cash flow for different developers, different construction. So we're able to bridge that gap. We're able to bridge the gap and provide, short-term financing, and also through our partnerships with financiers, we're able to also provide long-term financing for real estate stakeholders, that is developers and contractors as well. So yes, we do that as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely, sir. Yes, we'll be there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Okay. This is Gateway. This is a stand. Gateway Mortgage Bank. So we have our branches. We have our branches in Mowe, Abeokuta, Abuja Liaison office. We also have in Nota and Shagam. So what we do is we are a financial institution. We run a bank just like the other commercial institution. We are being licensed by the CBN, being regulated by the NDL, the NDIC, and NMRC. Those are the people that regulators. It has been in existence. It has been in corporation since 2005, 2005, and still till now we are. And what we do is mortgage businesses. Mortgage businesses in the sense that maybe the developer want to get as in project financing. Maybe an individual want to get a facility, a mortgage facility to finance his or her project, or to build, to compete, and all that. Those are the things we do. And what do we have as in terms of operation? We run it, as I said earlier, that we run it like other commercial banks. We have a ATM, we have a check, we have a mobile app, and we have a USSD which we use in operation. It's not compulsory that you come to a bank before you get the operation. You can transfer in and out of your account. You can access your account anywhere, anytime. These are the things we do. Yes, sir. That's part of our products, sir. This is okay. MWIF is part of our products. No problem. We are disbursing MWIF already. We are doing that. We are into that. Yes. So I can mention that's why I said we have a lot of products, mortgage products, MWIF, NMRC, NHL, GMB products, and all that. Those are the things. Okay, as we should do more. Yes, I said that that's what we are doing. That more mortgage, no problem, sir. We will do that, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, ma.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Okay, this is Fasibos Housing. We are developers. Currently, we have a project at Ikati, and this one is at Aja Ogumbo Road. So this is an high-rise project that is ongoing at Ikati Lekki, or Freedom Way. And while the other one is at Aja, also ongoing project at Aja. So we build affordable houses, home for people to really can easily buy, people within diaspora, within Nigeria, Lagos here. So
That's what we do. We are developers.
Sorry? No, we rely. No. We always need financing, but we rely mostly on off-plan buyers because some of the issues that we have is there's just a huge financing expense or cost. So when you have really high interest rates and all that, so it's really.
Hi. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hi. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Ayomide Alabi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Domo Technologies. So Domo Technologies is a property technology company. We've built 2 real estate solutions. We have one for visitor access and guest pass. We have another one for property management. So what we've been able to do is that we've built an AI native platform that helps you manage your properties smoother, faster, more efficiently, with more transparency, and it's easier than ever. So right now, it's way more convenient to use. You can track everything that can be done by a property manager, from leases, property inspections, service requests. We have staggered payments for sales, rents, and we also have things like inspections, a built-in calendar, and other type of services that a property manager can render. We've just built a system to ensure that property management in Nigeria is going to the next level, right? So we're giving them the tools to empower them. Just the same way, as we went from writing on paper, Microsoft now gave us Microsoft Word. So that's what we're trying to do in Nigeria, because we're here to just move further in the industry. Our customers are property managers, real estate companies, the government even, because the government would own buildings and would want to rent them out, right? So they would need a system in those large estates to manage it, because they can't be using paper and spreadsheets, they can't be using manual processes to do that. So that's why we built the system out to manage those large estates easier. You have oversight. We also have reports, analytics. We also have reports, analytics. We have a CEO level dashboard where, as the owner of the company, you can see all what your people are doing on the platform, from payments that have been made, service requests that have been made, and all that. So even as a landowner, let's say you want to manage by yourself, you can use Domo to manage. So yeah, that's all we're about. We charge per unit, right? Per unit of occupation. So we charge a subscription fee and a one-time onboarding fee. So that's it. All right, no problem. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, yeah. For that, we would have to work with probably other PropTech companies, maybe a company like Construct that does the cost of building materials and then estimates, okay, based on that, what will it cost? This is the price Construct is giving us. This is how much it will take to build it, and then you can do that. All right. Thank you.
It's not working here.
we done it already. Yeah, this.
Okay, so to our speakers, our VIPs, and those with the. It's fine. Please, I would like to ask that we all come back inside. We're about to have. Please, I would like to. Please let me have more volume on this mic. Thank you. Media, please take note. Please, I'd like to ask that we all come back in. If you can hear my voice, I'd like to ask that we all come back in so that we can have our presentation. We still have a few presentations, one plenary session, and then the awards. So please, if you can hear me, please make your way back into the hall. Please, can we make our way back into the hall, please? volume of the music. Thank you very much. Please, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please make your way back into the hall. We've been waiting for quite a while, but we would have to proceed with the presentation of the Family Homes Fund. And I would like to invite the head of Mortgage, the person of Monsuratu Mohammed, the head of Mortgage Family Homes Funders. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up to make her presentation.
The technical team, do you want me to do my presentation without the slides? Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So excited to be here this afternoon. My name is Monsurat Mohammed. I work with Family Home Funds. Family Home Funds is an agency of government under the Ministry of Finance. What we do is we empower Nigerians to own homes. And how we do this is in partnership with private sector banks, commercial banks, and specialized mortgage banks in Nigeria. We improve people's livelihood. You all know that housing is a major challenge, and we're here at REDA talking about real estate, the future of real estate. The future of real estate is non-existent if the uptake is not effective. So what Family Home Funds does is to make that uptake effective. And we have been doing that. We have We have been doing that for the past 2 years. We know housing, like I said, is a challenge. I don't need to tell you about the deficit we have in the country. I don't need to tell you about the perception people have about mortgages. But the key thing I need to let you know is that mortgage finance or housing finance has a lot of rippling effect on the economy. It has a lot of significant contribution to the development of the country. Because for one house we build and someone moves into that house, you have created at least 5 jobs for the youth or the unemployed in the country. In that way, we are promoting economic inclusion in the country. You are promoting improving standard of living for the Nigerians, the ordinary Nigerians that do not see themselves owning a home. Our mortgage products are focused on the low and middle income household, especially the first-time homeowners. If you're a first-time homeowner, you do not have a home of your own, you're still renting an apartment, this is an opportunity for you. We're also looking at the informal sector. I know a lot of times Nigerians think, oh, I am a business person, I have a salon, or okay, I am a food vendor, I sell food. I do not belong in the category of people that would access mortgage. The answer is no. So if you work in the informal sector, apart from the private sector, we want to encourage you, it's an opportunity. I'm a graphic artist, I make daily income or monthly income, like one of the discussion yesterday centered around building a pipeline of cash flow in your account. You have a dedicated account that could show your cash flow. You are eligible to access mortgage. You can own a home. So mortgage in Nigeria is no more meant for civil servants or people working in the corporate environment. For the informal sector, you can also own a home. Then our women, please go back to the previous slide. Our women and the young professionals, this is an opportunity for you. Own a home now through this model. All you have to do is pay a 10% equity down payment with any of our partner mortgage banks, which we have listed on our website and some of our flyers in our stand over there. You will see their list and you can get in touch with them. They are the ones that will underwrite the mortgage for you. I want to tell you from success stories, we've had people that apply for mortgages and get their mortgages approved within 2 weeks. They get the key to their house within a month. So as you're all here, I can see a lot of young Nigerians here. You can be a landlord by next month if you decide to start today. It is not a gimmick and it is happening. We have success stories and I'm happy that some of those banks are also seated here in this session. Then for the diasporans, we have a lot of our brothers and sisters that are making their effort out of the country. They want to own home in Nigeria. They don't need to rely on relatives. They have the banks. They can also benefit from this scheme. It's working and we have been doing that. So what we have done so far for the past 2 years, we have partnered with developers. The partnership we do is on the supply side, guaranteeing developers of exit. So we are encouraging developers to focus on the low and middle income households that you have a guaranteed exit, which is through this mortgage. We're also increasing and improving on the flexible plans for mortgage processing for some of our banks and even the end beneficiary. We have active collaborations, like I said, with mortgage banks, cooperatives, where we are expanding access. We have a lot of cooperatives we're partnered with in the country, cooperatives of both the informal and the formal sector with a large pool of members to benefit from this. We also have commenced digital onboarding process, which guarantees faster approval of your mortgage. Then, of course, the training of artisans. So part of our project, part of our objective is to create employment. And creation of employment is where we partner with the developers to deliver affordable houses. We also partner with you to train the unemployed youths in that locality. So we have a program that is focused on that. My slide. So what have we done so far? I don't want to show you numbers here, but we have helped thousands of people transition from being tenants to homeowners. We have success stories. We have women, a lot of women that have owned homes. We have generated employment for a lot of youths. And in generating this employment for a lot of youth, the local economies, youth that when they are not employed, they get into vices and all that. They become gainfully employed. They are able to feed their family. And through this also, we have also increased financial inclusion through credit participation under the mortgage scheme. So what the benefits are to you as someone or would-be home buyer is you have a secure tenure, a maximum of 20 years. You can spread your mortgage for a maximum of 20 years. And you could have a flexible repayment plan. Mortgage banks are here. And of course, as low as 10%. You're paying a 10% to own a home. You are owning an equity in that house. As the property appreciates, your 10% is growing, your repayment is making you have equity, you're building wealth as an individual. And it's just the surest way of you owning a wealth or building equity. Because if it's either of two ways, it's either you own a home, build your equity with your rental payment, and your rental payment becomes your mortgage repayment. Or you continue renting the apartment or the house you're renting, and you continue making your landlord richer. And at the end of the day, before you know it, the time you have left in service, we keep growing older every day. Your children, other expenses, household expenses keep growing by the day. And at a point, you see yourself coming out of the circle of people that can benefit from this. So the earlier you benefit from this scheme, the better. So the time for you to act is now. Don't wait, maybe later, or you're considering other options. This opportunity is here now. Go into it now. Own a home now. Even if you're single, you're not married, it's an opportunity to own an asset. You're owning an asset and you're building wealth for yourself. This is one of our success stories. Volume, please.
Who introduced us as he was a beneficiary. Then he now bring the idea for like, let's go and check what he's benefiting. I did not waste time. I said, let him show me the way. I started my procedure where I acquire for 1 bedroom safe content. If you see something that is built like this, it's better. You'll be paying it small before, like we civil servants. Within 35 years, you have been retired. I have not put anything in place, and you will suffer it if you retire.
This woman bought a house of 5 million naira. That house is 5 million. She only paid 500,000 down payment. She's a civil servant.
Hi everyone, my name is Tilewa Ononiga, one of the beneficiaries for the mortgage from Family Home Funds. Okay, so welcome. This is Choice Oasis Estate. I got to know about this estate from Family Home Funds. I loved it the minute I came in here and I was interested. Drove down here with my family, looked at the ambience, the serenity, the planning, awesome. And immediately we had the decision we're going to buy an apartment here. But here's the thing. With Family Home Funds, we didn't just buy one home, we bought 2. Family Homes will make buying your home very wonderful, very easy, and very seamless. And that much I can tell you. It happened to me and my family. We're excited, and I'm super excited to tell you many more things about Family Home. But it's important, if you want to know more, go to their website or call their representative. They will hook you up. They will give you the best affordable homes available at the time you contact them. We'll do it very soon. My name is Tilewa Ononiga, and this dream was made real thanks to Family Homes.
So the last beneficiary wanted to buy a home. They are renting. When he got to place, he wanted to buy a calculator. Oh, I'm supposed to pay just 10%. I can afford one. He said, oh, come. My spouse is also working. And the house is apartment. The other place is another apartment. He said, come. My wife can also benefit. His wife came in. They both bought one apartment, just paying 10%. So my message to you all today is the opportunity is there. Government is trying its effort. This is a government initiative. You have the opportunity. Seize the opportunity now before the opportunity is no more. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll thank you very much, Madam Montserrat, for that amazing presentation. A round of applause for Family Homes Funders, one of our key sponsors for REDA 2025. So we've been announcing before her presentation that people should come back in, and we've been waiting for that. So we're going to give like 5 minutes break to have more people come in before I call the next presentation by Gateway Mortgage. Please get ready. So DJ, play some soft music while we wait for people to come in. DJ, please play some music for 5 minutes. safe to say that the jazz player has entered spirits. Be generous with your applause. Give them a warm round of applause as they come to make their presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we just are coming from the tea break, so there's a little bit of stretching still going on at the back, and some of the participants are still coming back. So, but we would start. There is a slide presentation going on, but I think I would focus more on what I would say as opposed to what is on the screen. So my name is Franklin Upitas. I am a vice president at PAC Capital. PAC Capital is an investment banking firm. We are a member of Pan-African Capital Holdings Group, which is a proprietary investment holding company. And I think I'd try to explain further what we do. As an investment bank, we play in a very important space within the finance ecosystem. So I know a lot of times people ask, what do investment bankers actually do? You know, some will say, oh, do you invest money? You know, or are you a bank? So investment banking is a niche area in the finance space. We're like the almost like the operating system, right? And we design products. We come up with structures that allow financing to flow across the entire finance ecosystem. And what is the finance ecosystem? I would refer to some of the things the CEO of Mofi mentioned. One thing he mentioned was that the pension fund, the Nigerian pension fund today is about 20 trillion naira, and that over 70% of it is invested in treasury bills. Now, what that means is that a bulk of the money that is available, and this is our money, everybody's money, is not going into the critical sectors. And why is that the case? It is because for, you know, the way the pension is established, the pension framework, the pension fund administrators, those that manage the funds, are not allowed to just throw money anywhere. They must make investments in what is considered safe and according to the, you know, guidelines of the PFA. So if they come to the market with 20 trillion and that's where they'll put their money. So someone has to be responsible for creating the products that allow them to say, okay, this meets our investment criteria and we'll put our money. At every point in time, we see the need. We have clients who come and tell us, oh, we're developers, we're trying to do 5,000 units in Lagos, we're trying to do 20,000 units, you can get from the bank. If you're looking for HNI investors, there's also a limit. If you're looking for international financiers, there is the limit. So our job is to create the structure that access or source, you know, these funds, and we bring in all the players. In the past 5 years, PAC Capital has been able to successfully close. We are currently active in more than 30 African countries. We are Pan-African in nature. And you would ask, and this question always comes up. So if you've done $5 billion, does it mean you have $5 billion in your bank? No. Referring to what I discussed, at the portfolio of deals we have today, we can't even fund it even if we had all the money, you know, because most times when you have money, the money you may have may be position process. In the past 10 years, we've been involved in supporting some of the banks to recapitalize, to raise funds. Merging, there's a new relationship it has with unions, so you're going to have a much larger institution with a larger coverage, and we are proud to be. What are we trying to do in the real estate space? We acknowledge the funding gap that exists in real estate, and we are working closely with a lot of the funding partners that we have to come up with the products that meet the needs where they are. Project has its risk profile. Every project has its dynamics. For example, there are certain projects that may be in the same location but will have to be funded differently because of the promoters and able to support them in achieving their set objectives. Our plan is to grow, so we are looking to engage with promoters who have projects, even at the stages of inception, at the conception stage. And we are working towards specialized products that will, support these projects. Besides the usual bond, we're also looking at crowdfunding some form of institutional investment in partnerships with the like of Mofi, just like Mofi CEO has mentioned. We are also looking at working with. We have state governments as our clients, and they are also happy to explore options to expand affordable homes for their states and people in their states. So we're working closely with state governments, and if there are perhaps transactions that or projects that you may have that require some form of intervention, especially at the high level, we have very good relationships with a lot of the state governments. And because of the transactions we've done, they are able to give us some form of special audience, which our value proposition is not just finance. We deep wealth of experience, combined experience of over 150 years by the PSC Capital team. We also have, as a member, one of our subsidiaries called BRICS, Real Estate and Infrastructure. So projects that require some form of collaboration, once they fall within the investment appetite of our group, we are able to work with the promoters. So I think I will stop here. I've said a lot, and we're happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PSC Capital, for that deep and brief, but very deep presentation. Thank you. Gateway Mortgage Bank. Thank you. Gateway Mortgage Bank.
NMRC and MBAN, that's their own Mortgage Bank Association of Nigeria. Our mission is to provide unique and esteemed customer and nurture their saving habits and culture through systematic and planned approach to home ownership. What we really do is mortgage, though just like other financial institutions. But in our bank, you have to benefit. You can benefit both mortgage facility and the financial facility. What do I mean by that? Okay, if you need a facility, maybe a home, you want to buy a property, you want to develop it, maybe you want to complete a property, you want to buy facility, maybe you have a completed property which you need to equip. We are there for you. Maybe you have a company, school, and you want to do 1 or 2 projects in your school. We also finance your projects. will not leave you alone because it's also a company which you earn a living from. Also, we also finance developers. Developers who have maybe a project, ongoing project, and they are stocked up, we'll finance them. And we also finance their off-takers. Two benefits. We finance the developer and we also finance the off-takers based on their income. Thank you. Our value. Okay. Source of the real estate deal within the budget of the employee depends on what you earn. We are going to calculate. We can't just say, okay, you are earning 100 million. Use the whole 100 million to assess a facility. We are going to have as a one-on-one talk based on your income. We are going to appraise the customer based on your income, your employee. Ensure due diligence to carry out the property. We will not just leave you alone, okay, this is the property you want to buy, just to buy. Because we need to look at the property. Are there maybe the necessary documents? Because we won't want you as a buyer, as a customer, to get a property that at the end of the day, maybe the government, they will have to demolish the house. Maybe the house does not have any documents, and you have to pay our money back. You will be paying without convenience. We have to look at all those things so that while paying back our money, you will be living in your house convenient without any issue. Provide mortgage refinance through NMRC. Provide NHF. We also provide NHF. Excellence is, as I've said earlier, we also run it like other commercial banks. What do we do? What do we have? USSD. Our check also go through clearing. You can also get a check from us. Provide advisory service, as I've said earlier. We'll advise you based on your income. You can mortgage scheme. We have Gateway Diaspora Mortgage Loan. We have Gateway Property Improvement Scheme, Gateway NHF Mortgage, the Gateway Land Acquisition, Gateway Staff Scheme, Staff Mortgage Scheme, then the Help to Home MRIF and the FHA. What is Gateway Mortgage Bank? The home ownership. You want to an estate. Anyone that wants to acquire a property, maybe in the estate or anywhere, a finished project or unfinished, maybe cars and all that, will finance based on your there. We inspect, we do everything we need to do. We send their documents to them, as in maybe we scan to them. They will see what they've gotten. They will see the property. Maybe you have your property, you want to equip. Maybe you want to buy solar. You want to buy maybe sofa, bed. You want to furnish the house. Maybe as a company, okay, your company has an account with us, and the staff in the company, your salary is coming to a bank. The staff of the company also wants to, the company may have a cooperative under them, and the cooperative has a property that wants to sell. The staff want to benefit. We also finance the staff of that company. It will help to own MRIF and NHF. There is a federal government fund which a lot of people have been accessing through Gateway Mortgage Bank. Those are benefits, the facilities that you can also get from Gateway Mortgage Bank. Next slide, please. Gateway Projects Finance. This is a product. This is one of our products. That is majorly for the developers. For construction of residential units. I said that one earlier also, that a developer that maybe you need a financer, you need fund to finance your projects. All you need to do, come to the bank. We'll look at your project. We look at all the documents. Do you have enough takers? All those are the things. Those are the things we are going to confirm from you, and you are going to start the process of your loan. You can also get up to 500 million, which we've given to a lot of developers. A lot of developers, which I can say. I can say that on board, that we've given a lot of developers, and they are off-takers, which they've benefited on that. maximum of 30%, the equity contribution of the developer will just be 30% of any amount he or the developer wants to get. The financed property will be good. Yeah, it must have good title document, and the document will be with the bank. And also, we are going to look at the loan to value of the property. The process flow, the process period is not going to take much time, because we believe that the earlier we disburse to the developer, the earlier the project is being done. And that will help the off-takers to assess their product, their property on time. And that will also help us to finance the off-takers. What are the things you need to do? All you need to do is to give the off-takers, which we are going to get from which want to assess the developers, the property we are talking about. The developer can give us the off-takers, and we can also market for the developer. It depends on the developer. The next slide, please. Gateway MREF. These are the MREF products to finance acquisition of completed or semi-complete, at least 75% finished. Not that the house is still maybe the land, We can also give up to 100 million naira to customers who want to access this facility. And what is the interest rate? The interest rate is 9.75% per annum. Equity contribution of 10%. The customer can fund the equity contribution with his or her RSA, while the MREF will take charge of the 90%, the remaining 90%. The process flow doesn't take time. The process period is just for 3 to 4 weeks. Within 3 to 4 weeks, you get your facility. What are you to provide? Just to provide the 3%, the upfront fee must be in your account. The property, life and property insurance, you must make provision for that, which will be advised while the process, because that one is based on the amount you are going to get. All the charges is based on the amount you are going to get. The next slide. The Gateway home ownership, the Gateway help to own mortgage to finance. Also, this one, as I've said earlier, we have different products. These are all our products. It's also to finance the project, to finance a property, either finished or semi-finished. And you can also access up to 100 million naira. The interest rate, but this one, the difference between the MREF and is just that this, we are going to, the customer is going to provide 10% equity. FHF will give 40%, while GMB, which is Gateway Mortgage Bank, is providing the 50% of the fund. You are going to finance that project, and you can get a moratorium of 5 years on 40% funding by FHF. The process period is the same thing, 3 to 4 weeks. You get your fund available for you. The next slide. Gateway home ownership, I've explained earlier, is also to get a property, a personal property of yours, and you can also get up to 200 million naira for this fund. Equity contribution, you can use your RSA, while your equity, the minimum of 20%. The collateral, please back to, I'm almost done. The previous slide. Okay, we need to check your property. Is it in place? And like I've said earlier, the next slide, please. The interest rate for that one is 28%. The NHF, I'm done, that's the last one. Okay, the NHF, for NHF is also for, property acquisition, renovation, residential housing units, personal and for personal is for personal use. You can get this for a longer tenure based on your age. Depends on the individual age. With the interest rate is 6%. The next slide. No, it's not much again. Just this is the main. Okay, this mortgage funding. Customers' equity using RSA, as in what you can use to fund. You can use your RSA, you can use GMB mortgage finance, you can use the secondary market, which is MWIF, NHF, and NMRC. You can also use the Gateway Mortgage Bank Fund as the facility from Gateway Mortgage Bank, as I have explained earlier. If there is, for you to open to benefits from what, sorry, I'm rushing because of time. For you to get all these facilities, all these benefits, all you need to do is, once you open an account, we are going to talk. We are going to have a talk. This is what you can access. This is the amount you can for this period, for so period. And we are going to disburse after 3 to 4 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If after her presentation you still have more questions, you can just walk up to her to get more information. Thank you very much, Gateway Mortgage Bank. In 2026, Nigeria in focus, and I would like to call on the moderator, the partner detail commercial solicitors, Olawumi Alade. Olawumi Alade is a seasoned and solutions-driven legal professional with deep expertise in real estate, corporate finance, and infrastructure law. As a partner of Detail Commercial Solicitors, she heads the firm's real estate and finance practice groups, where she delivers strategic legal advisory on high-value and complex transactions. With a solid foundation in litigation and commercial law, Olawumi has consistently led the structuring and execution diverse sectors. She is recognized for her sharp legal insights, commercial awareness, and unwavering commitment to client success. Olawumi holds an LLB. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Okay, so moving on to our panelists, I'd like to invite Femi Awofala, the founder. Femi Awofala on stage. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to welcome the GAI Holdings, Abiodun Mamora. Can we have Abiodun up on stage? Dr. Olumide Adedeji, MDCO, Living Trust Mortgage. Charles Olaluwoye, representative. He is representing him. He is the head of Treasury, Living Trust Mortgage Bank. Then I would like to welcome someone we already, Monsurat Mohammed, head of Mortgage Family Homes Funders. She's representing the Executive Director, Operations Family Homes Funds, Dr. Emeka Henry Inegbu, Mortgage Bank, Ronke Akinleye. Is she here with us, or do we have a representative? Is she here with us, or do we have a representative from Gateway Mortgage Bank? And then last but not least, Babatunde Davis, Executive Director, Wealth Bridge Capital Partners. If he's around, we'd like to have him up on stage. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'd like to invite the MDCO, Imperial Mortgage Bank, Ayo Olowo Okere. If he's around, please, we'd like to have him up on stage.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you? Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Personally, happy to be here and to have my panelists here with me. I know it's been a long day, and that we're here speaks to borrow the words of the doctor earlier today, speaks to our integrity and our commitment to REDA. I will get right into it and start with you, Madam Monserrat. And I know that you've given us a presentation, spoken a lot to what you do in terms of family home funds, and we also saw the testimonies. But I think my question to you would now be that as an operational leader in family home funds and closely involved in the help to own mortgage, can you walk us through the genesis of how this works, and are you in any way in partnership with MREF in terms of providing the solution to your clients?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So the genesis of the Help to Own Fund, affordable mortgage in Nigeria, dates back to 3 years ago. I would say when of course, the challenge has always been there in mortgage assessing, people assessing mortgage. Everybody talked about queuing up in Federal Mortgage Bank. You use about 2 years to get mortgage approved, and at the end of that, the property is not there. Even when the property is still available, the price is like double what it was initially. So family home funds started with supply side. We were building houses. In our housing count, we have over 16,000 houses developed across the country. So those houses, affordable houses, were built. The challenge now remains on the uptake. How do people buy these houses? Do we also take the stock of these 16,000 houses and queue up at the Federal Mortgage Bank? So that was when the initiative commenced on the public-private partnership. We understand the fact that the economy of this country is based on private sector. You have to involve the private sector. Blended finance framework, where we co-finance with mortgage banks. We have some select mortgage banks. We partner with them. We co-finance like a blended finance mechanism, where we come in with a subsidized rate. You can see when one of our partner bank, Gateway, was making presentation, we lend at a very low interest rate, and the private sector combine their own market rate fund. And that way you have a more lower rate in the market. And it's been excellent, very insightful. Since we started implementation, there's been a lot of catalytic effect. We have a lot of developer playing more in the affordable housing space. A lot of people are able to own their homes, and a lot of jobs are being created. So it's been a wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaking of blended financing, I'm coming to you, Mr. Olokere. And my question to you would be that, to what extent do you think developers have access to all of this affordable lending? How is your bank helping this? What is your experience with developers? I know that when we think of mortgage, most times it's for the end user, the off-takers, and the mortgaging units and all of that. But in your experience and as a bank, and as thinking about it also in line with blended financing, what are you doing with developers, and how is that coming in terms of affordable lending, affordable financing?
Thank you very much. The cheapest source of financing for most developers, they will tell you, is the off-taker's money. But it's not the cheapest. It's most likely the most expensive in Nigeria. Most developers get stuck with that because when you are selling at a discount, that can be as steep as 30% compared to what you sell if you are not selling desperately off plan. So the cost might even be more than the cost of borrowing from a bank, a commercial or a mortgage bank. And secondly, you are not sure of the cycle of the inflows. Customers will tell you they will pay in 5 installments, and then they keep defaulting and keep pushing, and that affects your planning financial-wise. So what we try to do with this blended financing, it's once there is a effective demand on the financing side, it helps the supply side. It gives comfort One, that you can go and get term loans to do your development because there will be off-takers to buy them. That is one side. Secondly, also is for those that are also into installment payment, we have a lot of developers now that have people that have done 40, 50% payment, second payment. By the time they get to the third one, they are struggling. So now you have a mortgage structure that can come in and take it up from there. So the remaining dead or 100 alone. So that is how that has intervened. Really, the risk with financing developer is still there. So everybody is still a bit skeptical. You know, character integrity plays a major in those two ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olokere. I'm going to come to you now, Mr. Charles. And speaking of risk that comes with dealing with developers, the project has been delayed to completion, or delivery dates is moved forward over and over. How do mortgage banks manage this contractual protection?
Thank you. We're putting together to assess the credit and so on. But some of the things we also look out for, just like Mr. Olokere mentioned, has to do also with the character. We check also the precedent of such developers. What have they done in the built industry? Do they have a track record on this project? Because I just started out maybe 2 years ago, but I've been instrumental in getting so and so project off the ground. So it helps. Nothing is moving right now. So what do? The bank is already out of pocket and is expecting repayment, and so on. What is risk? And based on that, we try from the onset, the initial stages, to put certain, typically most projects would tell you within 18 to 24 months they are out. But does it happen all the time? Is that the practical? Is that really what happens? Because we're not giving money because we just want to give you money. We also want to exit because it's as frequently as we do that we can also help other developers that are queuing up. Don't forget, resources are limited. So it's not as if we have endless resources. So we need to manage that. We need to get back to our stakeholders, report something measurable to them.
Amongst us have talked about reputation for the developers. They've talked about credibility, exposure, experience, and all of that. Given your experience with structuring deals, advising both government and private sector individuals, can you speak to us about capacity gaps in terms of technical, financial, governance, and how the ecosystem enablers like incubators, mentorship programs, policy reforms can strengthen investment readiness and attracting long-term investors and even making the banks better partners with these developers?
All right, thank you very much, moderator. It's been a great time with everybody in this event. So one of the important things that have been mentioned here is that at the end of the day, there needs to be a product, right? For you to give out mortgages or finance mortgages, somebody must conceive an idea and actually create that product. Now, what typically happens is the fact that you're able to secure land or put the land on a JV. But at some point, as Mr. Olokere mentioned, is the fact that you can go to a level of developing your assets with off-plan sales. But if you look at East Africa and other major climate in Africa, you typically find real estate companies being able to issue a bond or being able to raise corporate finance loans or core equity. That process requires you to be able to have the right governance systems in your real estate company. What we tend to see and the problem we are trying to solve is the fact that when a real estate developer starts a project, he focuses on the project, he forgets that he's actually is to build competency structures from a legal, from a financial, from a technical point of view. And we've basically seen in the Nigerian capital market today, apart from maybe a UPDC that had being a listed company or an ARM REIT, how many listed companies everybody is being driven by the silo projects they've been doing. And for us to have a level of significant change, you want to be able to, for 10, 15 years, to finance his portfolio of projects. Hence, there needs to be capacity building. African Catalysts have done where we look at developers in large-scale infrastructure projects. We bring them into an 8-week program to let them understand how to de-risk your project and set up the right structures to scale. It goes over, after like 5 years, you don't hear of the company again. Another developer is doing 200 units, you don't hear. But if we have to solve the housing deficit, the mass housing, have a policy that can help you look at every investment you're doing, have the right systems that can help you finance so you can understand that, oh, as a company, even though I have a land bank that is worth capital, you're not able to think strategically and things. So what we've seen and what we think should happen is the fact that developers should look inwards, scale their operation. Every project being done that is housing related, right? You will find out that you need to do 200 housing units, 1,000 housing units. And as you go along, it definitely is going to happen beyond you having your consultants with you and things. Your own internal operation needs to be solid, needs to be well organized to be able to build a 1,000 unit housing scheme. So how are we going to meet this gap is by getting these entrepreneurs investment ready, letting them understand what it takes to build houses at a large scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Femi. That was, while I'm still with you, I think, Mr. Femi, that was, while I'm still with you, I think my next question would now be, what innovative financing or collaboration models, such as fintech solutions, rates, public-private ventures, are emerging close to this.
Actually lend to. One of the other part is the fact that a number of international investors or lenders or more of international investors or lenders or mortgages to scale out of that project vehicle and actually move to create a holding company structure in itself. The other part I also see is people tend to also create what they call a structure where you can actually get investment, promise them a return, and make sure that it is disclosed, make sure you have the transparency you need.
Speaking of corporate governance, speaking of having projects that speaks to lenders, I'm coming to you, Mr. Charles, and my question to you would be that in Living Trust Mortgage Bank, how are you integrating?
The question here now is the practitioners, because we are not practitioners in that sense. We only help with the supply finance side, day-to-day activities of setting up shop, acquiring land. How many actually said the next 1 year, if you don't pay attention, they would help you focus on it. When your competition, the competition, the landscape in the competition, changes, you don't have a choice. You also need to, just align. So I think gradually it'll come to bear, even though, yes, there are some opportunities that actually some developers who are focused, I'm aware of some projects, even in Lagos, and they sourced their funding from green finance. Entirely green finance, and those are projects that have been successfully completed. They've even moved on to a second and a third, phase of project, as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charles. I'm going to come to you, Madam Monserrat, and my question to you will be that as a family home fund, how do you prioritize, if at all you do, smart housing, affordable? I know that you do affordable housing, but green housing, smart homes.
Thank you for that question. So it's a new paradigm shift now in the construction sector, especially for those of us that are focused on the low-income, middle-income households. But there's been a lot of research. We're actually considering that, but we need to balance it because the alternative building technologies opportunities that are available, when you put it to test, you realize that at times it becomes even more expensive than the conventional. But however, the key element is affordability. So when it becomes more affordable and you are still able to achieve the scale of time, now becomes more efficient. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Mr. Olokere, I'm coming to you now. As a finance lawyer, I know that when it comes to green housing, when it comes to anything green, smart housing, and all of the ESG type of projects, the FDIs are always attracted to this, and the perks that comes with accessing such financing are actually quite attractive. They make this financing attractive. As a mortgage bank, and given the limitations, as Mr. Charles has said, as it relates to even having this project, the existence of these projects and the numbers of projects that exist in terms of green and smart housing, as a mortgage bank, do you access these funds? Are you able to access these funds? And how do you juxtapose that with the level of projects that are available that speaks to this green housing and sustainable housing?
So, green and sustainable housing, they are luxury, in quotes. And I'm being realistic here. So, I see the narrative, or I hear the narrative every year. Most of the FDI that focuses on them, it's good for where, there's something Yorubas call Otijeun Kanu. I don't know. I'm struggling to interpret that. You have an abundance. And so when you are now doing, so you have economies delivering 500,000 housing units, 400,000 housing units a year, out of which 80% is within the range of what the middle class, and the middle class, the bulk of their population, can afford. Nigeria will barely deliver 100,000 units a year, and 90% of that is outside the range of what this middle class. I'm just focused on what works for the middle class for now, which is local money. Of course, we've seen a lot of pivoting for necessity's sake. We've seen, especially in the area of energy. So we are seeing solar. We have a developer that for the last 5 years, he has done over 600 housing units, and they are all powered on solar. In fact, he did one 200 units just beside the Shatter House, where you have the Shatter House School, Ogombo, which we financed. They called it the Sun City. Maybe I should not be advertising for the developer. I will not call his name, but you can check it. Just beside Shatter House, 212 units, and he did it in 12 months, because we did the foundation laying June 30th, 2022, 2023, 2024, July 1st, I went there to commission 200 units, completed units, apartments, terrace houses. So he now did an extension, and we provided mortgages on like 90% of it. And what I noticed also that all of them came with solar panels, power. So you have 2 kVA, 3 kVA, 5 kVA, which comes up with the sales price. So you choose the kind of power option. So when we commission, so he did an estate that has no backup power, no generating set. So it's either there is mains power or you're on solar. And they ran like that for more than a year now. More than a year. What we see people doing is now scaling up. And then we are now trying to see, as a mortgage bank, how can we go into funding the solar and the inverter system for those scaling up. We have another developer doing 120 unit I showed you, bungalows in Idera, and it came with solar panels. Some people said, oh, I want the option where I don't have need to use solar panel. It came with 5 kVA solar panels. That fulfills to a large extent. So it's not until when you see bought in all the places, the power, fungibility, for fulfills part. But FDI is not coming. The struggle when you need long-term financing, we need to come to terms. FDIs will not solve the real estate problem in Nigeria. You need local money to solve it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And what I hear you say is that green might be the buzzword, smart housing might be a buzzword, and it may be a reality for some aspects of the world or for some places in the world, but for Nigeria, we should look at it in terms of what our peculiar needs are and what it is we're able to achieve. And that is not to say that we're not taking the right step in the right direction, which is how you've spoken to the solar and all of that. And I think that that is commendable, and we should just always focus on what we need at the time. And speaking of what we need per time at the time, I know that there's been a lot of word on MREF and the partnership and the assistance they brought to the sector in terms of affordability. I'm actually on transactions, and I'm actually seeing the impact of MREF in transactions because we're dealing with a commercial bank, and the commercial bank is actually being lenient on some of the terms of the facility agreement because there's the MREF guarantee backing. And it's making business easier for the borrower. And I see this, and I want to say, for you as a banker, as a mortgage bank, what is the impact of this for you?
So I would like to say that we need to understand the journey. This journey started from everyone thinking we can get money from Federal Mortgage Bank at 6% for 20 years. Then the maximum was 15 million. But they increased it to 50 million. I'm not sure whether they implemented that. But it will take you 6 to 12 months to get that processed out. And then we have the journey starting with family home funds. And it's not because Monsurat is here. Family home funds give us money, the mortgage banks and commercial banks, money at 4%. 4.8%, and you expect to blend your local money. Yes, Club of Family Home Funds, 10% equity contribution, lesser than MREF's 20% equity contribution. 15 years compared to MREF 20 years, there's practically no difference, really. If you look at the repayment over 15 years and 20 years, you just say like maybe 5,000 difference between those repayments, then 4.8, and we're expected to now blend with our own money, like a 50-50 merge. And then, so we started getting to 16-17%, coming from where we are when we had 29-30%. Yeah, so we started with 16-17%. Now some mortgage banks are struggling. But now, inflation has come down. We are seeing rates come down. Treasury bill did 15% on the auction today for 365 days. So rates are going to come down. We might get into blend with family home funds at 12%, 11%. In fact, the flyer sent out by my bank yesterday for a project was family home funds at 11%. So that is a story that we need to tell. Then we now come to the MREF. So the story of MREF is 9.75, good, a lot of advertisement, and it's putting the word out there. Family home funds is a bit conservative. I don't say them do a lot of adverts. But, with mortgage banks, they've done much more. And I would say, so it led us to that journey. But another story you need to tell as facilitators or brokers is there's a blend of MREF and family home funds, which is even less than 9.75%. And so we are getting to a region of 9%, sub 9%. And it's making it look very good because MREF gives you a line to all mortgage banks and commercial banks. Family home funds make it a bit open. So you can use it instead of using up your MREF line. Then to the commercial banks, I understand they are doing a lot. But I keep telling people I'm a mortgage banker. We understand mortgage better. It's a painful, long journey. You are not buying a water heater on Jumia. You are buying a house that you are going to be stocking for 5 or 10 years, or an investment, long-term investment. So people take time to take the decision. And mortgage banks are better suited for those emotions and sentiments. Because we are wired to do 20 years. Most commercial banks would just want to do your 2-3 years, IPO, oil and gas deal, and they are in and out. And I'm not saying it because I'm just telling you the reality, and for everybody listening here, that talk to a mortgage bank, don't talk to a commercial bank. Talk to a mortgage bank, yes.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I think that the mortgage banks actually have more experience, especially if you're looking to build house or own a house and all of that. It's just right up the mortgage bank's alley. But what I would say to the mortgage banks is that do more in terms of being out there, in terms of, I do a lot of financing. I do a lot of real estate. I don't do a lot of real estate financing with mortgage banks.
Firm?
Detail commercial solicitors. Tosin used to be with us.
Tosin used to, she owns her own deal HQ
Yes,
now.
yes.
And you don't do with mortgage banks?
Not as much. In,
Okay,
in
we don't know you
comparison.
With mortgage banks,
I'm
you don't
just
know
an
you.
advisor. I don't give money.
But
I
now
don't,
you
I
know,
don't,
you
I
know
don't
there are
borrow
mortgage
money.
banks. You heard of Gateway Mortgage Bank?
No, I know of these mortgage banks. I'm just talking of in terms of real transactions. In terms of existence, I'm familiar with a couple of mortgage banks, but I'm talking of transactions that come to my own table, for example, and I tend to deal more
So
with
mortgage
commercial
for
banks.
average Nigerians, the masses, the middle class, bring it to mortgage banks. For Ikoyi and luxury, which she
No, I
does,
didn't
she
say
takes them
that.
to commercial
I didn't
banks.
say that.
Okay, we are clarified that now. Thank you.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying we deal with all. I'm just saying what I've seen, but it's just let's do more. Let's do more. Let's partner more together and do more so that we are able to serve the people. I think that's the most important thing at the end of the day. I would have asked, I just want to say, he's spoken a lot about family home funds and the advantage it has as opposed to MREF. And I'm not trying to compare apple for apple or apple for oranges, but I think my question would be...
On MREF.
No,
let me
you.
talk about
I'm speaking
MREF.
to Madam Monserrat now.
No.
Sorry.
Let me finish the MREF.
Okay,
so
go
MREF
ahead.
is also doing fantastic work. 20 years, 20% equity contribution, 9.75. And the beauty is within a week or two, the money comes out. And MREF has done more advertisement and putting mortgage out there more than family home funds.
My point exactly.
Yes, they have
My
been very
point. So
aggressive.
yes, I want her to speak to that.
Yes, why they are conservative, you know the reason? There's Lagos blood, there's Abuja blood. Family home funds headquarters is in Abuja. MREF is in Lagos. We are always in a rush to get things done.
And we know how to make noise.
We know how to make noise because we want to make money quickly. So family home funds, they are cool and calm in Abuja. MREF is in Lagos, and they are both working well for mortgage banks. I think it's just a new lease of life for the mortgage banking sector, really.
Yes, I agree. I think my question to Dr. Monserrat, and maybe it's not really a question, is that given all of the advantages that family home funds also has, and it's bringing to the mortgage banks, like the mortgage bank is practically just singing your testimony as they seated there. What are we doing in terms of more awareness so that people can take advantage of this and benefit more? And then it's a two-in-one question. Most of the projects, because even from your presentation, I would assume that most of the housing you show and the testimonials were for homes in Abuja. Where are your projects? And in terms of the projects you're working with and you're working on, and what are we doing in terms of putting the word more out there so that people can take advantage of family home funds?
Thank you, and thank you, Ayo, for speaking to what we've done. So it's first more about a corporate philosophy and a corporate outlook. We, as family home funds, want more of our results to speak for us. We are not. We're an institution, and we have a lot of some of our fundings in partnership with a lot of DFIs. We are not a government or politically motivated fund. We're a long-term fund planning to be sustainable over the long term, so we don't have the rush to make it speak to everybody's face. This product is there, we're doing the job, and we have partners, and we're leaving it out for our partners to lead this product awareness, of which they are doing fantastically well. We've collaborated with all the major stakeholders, and they are driving it from that end of it. So it's about the philosophy, of the organization, but we're trying, based on our own blueprint on how we want to do this awareness. If you go to our website, go to our social media handles, we see a lot of our success stories. But of course, we defined the way we want to operate as an organization. Thank you very much.
In terms of projects?
Yeah, in terms of projects, family-owned funds, we have 4 funds, right? We have the student rental housing fund, which we do also on a big scale, where we partner with universities and build hostels. We have the affordable housing fund, the one we partner with state governments. Currently, we've partnered with about 27 state governments across the country. And in terms of housing count, we have financed over 16,000 houses across the country that are standing in partnership with various state governments. We also have the Land and Infrastructure Fund, where we had land banks across the country. So family-owned funds as an entity, our product is not just the help to own. We have other various complementary funds and products that are within the housing value chain, which we believe that it will be sustainable over time with our organic growth on it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take my last question now, and it's one question that I would like everybody to answer. What single change, whether policy, financing structure, market behavior, do you believe would most transform Nigeria's real estate funding space in 2026? I'm starting with you, Mr. Charles.
Sorry, please, can you take that question again?
I know it's quite a mouthful.
Yes.
Single change, whether be it in policy, financing, market behavior, that you believe would most transform the Nigerian real estate space in 2026?
For me, I'll say it's policy. And, there are several rungs to that ladder. I mean, we have, before you can even start off a project, you must have land. I mean, you don't build castles in the air. There's a saying. So there has to be land. And where a lot of, people may not get it right. I mean, that's why you have right now the Ministry of Environment also trying to clean up the landscape in a place like Lagos State, because you're having houses being built on canalways, waterways, or even infringing on certain infrastructural developments that are yet to even come out. They're yet to be developed, and people have already built homes on those lands. So it's very critical. The policy, must be made to be a little bit more flexible. Yes, we want a title. I listened to the Honorable Commissioner who spoke it was online. Exactly. So it's good to hear some of those things that are about to happen, but it's also good to have this become a bit more generic. Generic in the sense that data shows that as at middle of this year, about 97% of lands are yet to be titled. 97%. So whether that data there's an improvement now or not, I'm not sure, but that was what was in the public space. So if 97% of lands are yet to be titled, so what are we talking about? And that's where I want to own a house. That's where it begins from. Even the mortgage bankers would not want a deal if the title on the particular property you're trying to acquire is not perfectible. How do you transfer ownership from the developer or whoever is selling? So these are critical points, and I know the government is facing certain things now. MREF has come, helped tackle the demand side of it. There's a supply side of it, and that supply side, there's still a lot of work to be done. A lot of work, But if government keeps pushing the way they've pushed the MREF, it's come to stay, thankfully, and we have, a great number of, the sub-nationals also playing their role. I think it will change the narrative in no small measure within the shortest possible time.
Thank you so much. That was quite insightful. I'm coming to you, Mr. Ofala. Would you like me to repeat the question?
No, thanks. All right. Okay, so for me, I think what is key for me is, is the supply chain, right? Every development has some level of FX, importation, maybe sanitary, bedroom wares or tiles and things like that. And I've seen some what I call made in Nigeria manufacturing companies now that are doing the paints, the tiles, and I believe we can have a local content policy on made in Nigeria construction materials. And what I mean by that is that with that local content policy, you can reduce the taxes or the levies or the machinery. So if I'm buying a machinery and I'm going to use it to create a paint or create tiles or create iron rods or steel rods, why can't I get a lower rebate on my import levies and the likes? So I think just as government has done in the oil and gas, they can have a local content policy or even a local content commission designed to achieve 100% made in Nigeria house, whereby you can decide to build a house without any imported component, at least to your own level. If you want to build a luxury house, that's a different thing, right? So if you can build a made in Nigerian house with made in Nigerian manufacturers and it gives you that level of confidence that this house BOQ is 100 million naira. I'm sure even if it's 2 years' time, as a developer, it shouldn't be more than 110 million because every component here is made in Nigeria. So my own contribution as a policy is for us to mirror what happened in the oil and gas to bring that into construction, especially housing. Now, there could be a difficulty in that because some people want to do luxury housing, right? No problem. But if you're doing affordable housing, local housing, please, you should be able to pay less taxes so that can translate to the developer and eventually the cost of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ofala. Over to you, Madam Monserrat.
Okay, for me, I'll say collaboration is the new competition now. What my colleagues have all said can only happen, and the bidding food chain can happen if there's collaboration. So all actors within the value chain must collaborate effectively. And if we have that, if we're able to achieve that, we'll see meaningful progress and growth in the real estate. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Olokere.
I don't want to repeat what others have said. I would say the most important factor for me is inflation. You see, a lot of people are trapped under the range of getting by daily. They don't even think of real estate or housing. And we just have a certain 5%, you are just oiling that 5%. Of course, maybe a few people fall through the crack and grow, or a few of them have more money and they want to buy a second house. You see a lot of people buy houses for investment. Even Hemreef, most of people on Hemreef are diaspora. By the time they convert their $2,000, $3,000 to Naira, it is 6 million. So they can afford to do a mortgage. Inflation is the most important thing. It has kept a lot of people out of the scope. It has reduced the vision on the supply side. Everybody is fixated on instability. When inflation keeps changing, it's instability. We want stability. The whole environment is tensed. You want it to cool down a bit. After COVID, 2021, we did mortgage at 13%. Mortgage money. Then Treasury bill was 1%, 90 days. 365 days Treasury bill was 2.5%. That's the interest you get. Then it got to a point where the government was buying money. That's the sense of Treasury bill at 20-something%. And everybody was putting their money not in productive enterprise. Everybody wants to stack money away. And it's because CBN, monetary policy, is inflation targeting, trying to bring it down. The federal government is inflation targeting, mopping the money, using fiscal measures. So I think with inflation, mortgage bank, with family-owned funds, MREF, you can even get money from mortgage banks at 10%, 12%. We've been there before. And this is not 10 years ago, 20 years ago. They will tell you during your Obasanjo, this is 2021. So, look, for me, aside these other factors, is the most important factor because it also helps with disposable income. We have 200 million people. So imagine 40 million people are able to buy houses. I'll be as rich. When you call me, I will be appearing online. I will not have time to come and sit down. Because I'll be doing mortgages for like 2-3 million. Why should I come and sit down here? I'll be joining you from where? Maybe from California or LA or New Mexico. That, okay, what are you talking about here? I'm doing mortgage worth 100 billion, 200 billion. There was a time we had mortgage banks that were bigger than commercial banks. Union Homes was the number 4 in terms of asset size in this country. ASO, like number 4, number 5, bigger than most. So you get the point. Housing is so big, real estate is so big that it's the only thing that can bring down the whole of the American economy. Subprime mortgage crisis that happened. It is so huge, and we need to focus on the right thing. So for me, that's the most important factor. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I think all of the contributions have been very helpful. My takeaway from this is, number 1, we hope that all of these suggestions will be implemented because everything has its own merit. All of the contributions have had their own merit. I would also say that the mortgage banks have a lot to offer. My advice to all is take more advantage of what they have to offer. There are products, there are products that are available for us to take advantage of. We should take more advantage of that. Be you a developer, be you an off-taker. I think those would be my major takeaways. Thank you all so much, my panelists, for your time. I've enjoyed myself. I hope you have too. Thank you all very much.
Can we have the CEO? Yes, can we have the CEO Think Mint Nigeria? Please help me call Madam Imelda Osoro. That was really insightful. So I'd like to encourage everyone who is still here to still visit the stands, see what you can get, more information, get their contacts, get their brochures, and try to reach out. So up next, we'll be having the awards, but we'll need to take about 30 minutes and come back so that we can rearrange and get ready for the awards proper. The awards promises to be really exciting. We are rewarding professionals who have done exemplary well in their industry. We also have dinner at the awards. So if you're here for the awards, please do not leave because it promises to be very, very exciting. We've had an incredible day of insights, solutions, and bold conversations. But in the next few minutes, we are really going to honor excellence. We are really going to honor leadership and honor amazing, amazing work that has been done in the real estate industry. So please sit back, relax, and get ready for the Real Estate Awards 2025, sponsored by ThinkMint Nigeria. So we have with us the RCC band. The RCC band is here with us. They're going to be giving us some soft music. It's going to be a live performance. So sit back, relax, and enjoy as we prepare for the award ceremony.
Aye. Hello.
1, 2.
There comes a time, and when we heed a certain call, where the world will come together as one. We are all a part of one great big family. And we can go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. And we are all a part of one great big family. And we know that true love is what we need.
We are the world. We are the children. We are the world to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice
is a choice we're making. We're saving our lives. It's true, make a better day. Just you and me. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. And I hear you sing one love, one love. And I hear you sing one heart, one heart. Let's get together. Let's get together and feel alright. Singing one love, one love, and one heart, one heart. Let's get together. Let's get together and feel alright. And we then singing one love, one love. All we need is one heart, one heart. Give thanks to God, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. So let's get together and let's get together and feel alright. So let's get together. Let's get together and feel alright. Let's get together. Let's get together and feel alright.
Looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my lady. But it took a long way. We knew we'd get there someday. They said I'm never make it, but just look at us, so didn't know we're still together, still holding on. Oh, it's still the one, still the one that I love, the only one I dream. Oh, it's still the one I kiss good night. Oh, it's still the one, it's still the one that I love, the only one I dream. Oh, it's still the one I kiss good night. Looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my lady. Might have took a long way. We knew we'd get there someday. They said I'll never make it, but just look at us, so didn't know. Oh, we're still together, still going strong. Still the one, still the one that I love, the only one I dream of.
got my head spinning. No one hit me. I've been you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy. No one hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's on the water, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. So me, love's all of you. Love's your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me. Give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. And even when I lose and win, as I give you all of me, and you give me times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The wall keeps kicking you down, down, around, through every move. You're my downturn, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. And you're crazy and I'm out of my mind. So and all edges, oh, you're
that you settle down, that you found a girl and you're married now. Heart that your dreams came true. 'Cause you gave me things I didn't give to you. Oh, friend, why you so shy? And like you to go back. Oh, hide from the light. Hate to turn out, but out the blue, gonna fight it, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it out. Hope to see my face and that you'll be reminded of me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me. I remember you say sometimes it hurts to love, sometimes it hurts to stay. Sometimes it hurts to love, but sometimes it hurts to stay. You know how the time flies for me. Yesterday was the time of our lives, so we were born and raised in some ways, bound by this surprise of our glory days. I hate to turn out, but out the blue, uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. Oh, to see my face and that you'll be reminded that for me it isn't over.
don't deal with the sound.
Since 1930,
You don't deal with the sound.
my love, will you be by my side? You know I'll make you laugh. I want you to be happy, oh, oh my love, would you stay in my life? I never want you to go away from me. Don't go away from me. I like it that you happy, baby. Like it that you want me, baby. Like it that you happy, baby. Oh, say now who I come be. Like you that you love me, baby. Baby, don't you see that I'm so happy? So happy, say you stop for choosing me. Oh, only you will be my lover.
Amen.
January to December.
Amen.
December to forever.
Amen.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Amen.
And now only you gon' be my lover.
Amen.
From January to December.
Amen.
To forever.
Amen. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Amen. Amen.
I want some love with you. Amen, amen. Amen. This love not for me and you. Amen, amen, amen. Amen. I want some love. Amen, amen, amen. This love not for I said, now only you fit be my lover. Amen. From January to December.
Amen.
And from December till forever.
Amen.
We're singing hallelujah, hallelujah. Amen. Now only you go fit be my lover.
Amen.
From January till December.
Amen.
From December till forever.
Amen.
Sing hallelujah,
hallelujah.
Amen, amen, amen. Amen.
Amen.
lover for me.
This lover for me.
Amen.
Amen. I will stop loving you.
Amen. 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 Amen.
Love me in and out, unfailingly, and I'll be down now. Anytime you call me, I'll be down. I'll be down now, because I love and I love and I love and I love you only. Because I need and I need and I need and I need you more. You know I run and I run and I run and I run. Fly, we can fly in the sky in the night. Hold me arms and your love and your light. I'm on your way right now. Yeah, yeah, I'm on your way right now. Yeah, yeah, I'm on your vibe now. You got me on your side now. Yeah, I'm on your way right now. If not you, then I don't want to know. I don't want no story. Every day and night is conditional, just me and you. Every day, day and night, unconditional. I need your loving, so fresh, so clean. Love me in and out, unfailingly. And I'll be down now. Every time you call me, I'll be down. I'll be down now. Because I love and I love and I love and I love you only. Because I need and I need and I need and I need you more. Yeah. You know I run and I run and I run and I run. Fly, we can fly in the sky in the night. Hold me arms in your love and your light. I'm on your way right now. Yeah, yeah, I'm on your way right now. Yeah, yeah, I'm on your vibes now. You got me on your side now. Yeah, I'm on your way right now. Oh, oh. Nakupenda, nakupenda.
Nakupenda, nakupenda. Oh, my baby is so my God. My baby is so my God. Nakupenda, nakupenda. Nakupenda, nakupenda. Oh, my baby is so my God. Oh, baby is so my God. I know you're looking at me, you watching me like TV, and you will look me 3 times in a row. I want you to say hello. Oh, and would you say hello? And I I say, I think you look so pretty. You look like spaghetti, like you're needing some love. I don't know if you seen that look before, and if you don't say hello, I will say hello. Nakupenda, 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 nakupenda. Oh my baby, is so bad. My baby, is so bad. Nakupenda, nakupenda, eh. Nakupenda, nakupenda, eh. And oh my baby, is so bad. My baby, is so bad. As you see, I waited for this time. I've been longing for someone like you. Oh baby, remember that I'm not doing this life without you, baby. And hoping you know, as I go nowhere, this your matter go put me inside trouble, and that's fine by me. Baby, and you self, you know, when you call me, my baby, I go enter my motor and show. I say I go nowhere, this your matter, fit put me inside trouble, and that's fine by me. You self, you know, when you call me, my baby, I go enter my motor and show. Hey, 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 hey,
First, let me say to you, I cannot wait to see you. You are the treasure I've been waiting for. Do you know how much I really need you? I dey pray for the day when I can finally kiss you. You know, say every day I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart, oh, there's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart is beat like you to get. Cause now you we I choose, oh. I sing for you and I be like I sing for you, my baby. But tell me, oh, see, I may not give the word to you, but I give you what I have. Oh, baby, oh, you are my angel, oh, Moduro Fermi, oh. Sure, you know, say every day I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart, oh, there's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart is sing loud. And I you I choose, oh. I sing for you and I be like, baby, now you I sing for your family and your friend. Only for you, my be do hey. And your family, oh. I sing for you and I be like, I am Femi, oh.
Lonely Abidjan.
Azikiwe, Masue, ayo, ayo, Masue, Azikiwe, Masue, ayo, 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 yeah, ayo, ayo. Tell me, say you like me, but I tell you my own, yeah. When there is to buy me tighties, you wanna rub my tear. People tell you that make you do me better. Shut I understand. As a woman, will like you better. Masue, ayo, ayo, Masue, Azikiwe, Masue, ayo, ayo, Masue, Azikiwe, Masue, ayo, ayo,
Masue, Azikiwe, Masue, ayo, ayo. Yeah. Lonely at the door.
Lonely, lonely, lonely.
Money on my mind.
Money, money, money.
Don't care what they yarning about me particular.
Money coming, coming.
Out on the road chasing all of my goals.
I'm chasing money.
One more time I say lonely at the door.
Lonely, lonely, lonely.
Money on my mind.
Money, money, money.
Don't care what they yarning about me in particular.
Coming, coming,
Out
coming.
there on the road chasing my dream because I know.
I'm chasing money.
So we say, Ololade ma gbọ́mọlọ. Ọ̀pọ̀ ìdí ṣọmọlọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kán máa lọ na mi dey find when na my money I find. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. I go take them now waiting I love cause waiting I love go.
Waiting I love.
Cause waiting I love I go take am.
Wait on my heart, oh.
Cause ogogoro no be vodka.
Mr. Money Changer. Oh,
Make me this time.
Mr. Money Changer.
Waiting I love oh.
Waiting I love, oh.
Cause waiting I love I go do and wait on my heart oh. Ogogoro no be vodka.
Mr. Money Changer.
Come on, baby, no dey waste time.
Mr. Money Changer.
One more time, cause waiting I love oh.
Waiting I love.
Cause waiting I love
I go do and wait on my heart, oh.
Cause ogogoro no be vodka.
Mr. Money Changer.
Come on, baby, no dey waste time.
Mr. Money Changer.
Oh yeah, now me where they wash in the house. Now me where they wash in the car. Now me where they cook in the room. Now me where they wash in the clothes. Now me where they walk for your shop. Now me where they open the door. As I become a person, my happiness, see me my own. As everybody gets old,
Oh, me say, oh,
oh no,
pass me my own,
you become one person, you become one person, but my happiness, passing my own. Everybody get down,
everybody get thrown. Oh, me say, oh, no, pass me my own.
He said he likes it when I smile. He said he don't want me to go. He said I always make it stay. Now would you be my lover? Yes. He said he really, really likes my smile. He said he don't want me to go. He said I always make it stay. Now would you be my lover?
Yes.
What am I to do? Had I departed before praising you? I can never think of replacing you because now you and that's where they bring up my mind. Hey, would you be my lover?
yes, no, yes, no, yes,
Would you be my lover?
no, yes, no, yes, no,
And if you won't be my lover, let me know.
yes, no, yes,
Would you be my lover?
no, yes, no, yes, no,
Would you be my lover?
yes, no, yes, no, yes,
Would you be my lover?
no, yes, no,
hustle if you want job. It no finish them, no fright up. If them they run, they don't feel catch up. I know they form say I to righteous. Come they form say you to like us. Me don't get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make it dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no one hear what they want telling me. Good enough, my fantasy. They want to check if my tappy. No, make my tappy the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, it a rush, right well, it be much. No be hype, everybody the crush. There's no darling with us. No darling, that daddy, that daddy, that daddy, that daddy, that daddy. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one I take. You can't them kick away, you can't count my grace. I just say my lane. Me don't get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make it dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my mind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Good enough, my fantasy. They want to check if my tappy no rush. Cause in the rush, well, it be mush. Now gotta make my tappy the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. Cause in the rush, well, it be mush. No be hype, everybody the crush. There's no darling with us, In the rush, well, it be mush. Now gotta make my tappy the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. In the rush, well, it be much. No be hype, everybody the crush. There's no darling with, no darling.
Anybody we wanna fight you, make them come, they already know. I'll be right beside you, like the wall of Jericho. They don't know what's going on. Munagiso, my baby. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting better in Kung Fu. You should know I got you, and you don't need to get me through. I'll be right beside you in everything that you do. If you ever need a saving, I will be running to you. Running to you. I'll be running to you. Running to you. Anywhere that you go to. Running to you. I'll be running to you. Running to you. I'll be running to you. I'll be running to you. Running.
When I'm looking for trouble, it's just I know that I got you. One more press anybody, yo. And it's because of your Kung Fu. And anytime that I'm out of control, you hold me. No, you never let go. When I kiss you, my baby boo. You show that for you, getting better in Kung Fu. You should know I've got you. You need to got me too. I'll be right beside you. Everything that you do. When I kiss you, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Everywhere that you go to.
to go over everything. They say time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming now about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the word fell out. Our faces, such a difference between us and a million times. Hello from the other side. I must have gone 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call you, never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. At least I can see that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But it don't matter if it doesn't tear you apart anymore.
One more.
Hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry, I hope that you will. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call you, never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. I must have missing that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But it don't matter if it doesn't tear you apart anymore. Ooh, anymore. Ooh, anymore. Ooh, anymore. Anymore. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call you, never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But it don't matter if it doesn't tear you apart anymore.
That's one I'm in San Francisco,
Johnny.
one
I just flew in from Miami.
I'm in
San Francisco, Johnny.
I
I just flew in from Miami. Peru, para. Peru, Peru, para. I'm blue. Even Peru, don't get tired. Peru, para. Peru, Peru, para. I'm blue. Even Peru, para.
I won't get no so you don't come. I won't get no so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now I can hear the
No so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
now I can hear the mic outside.
Yeah.
Domo Technologies, we're waiting for you.
I'm so glad.
Hello, are you here for the awards? Please, we're waiting for you, literally. We can't start without you, so we now have to wait for you, which means you will now wait for one time. Yes. Hello, PAC Capital. Hello, Mr. Vice President. We await your esteemed presence.
A new day, a new day, a new day, a new day. I was waiting for some time. I knew I'll make it through. Let it feel my soul and dry my tears. Let it shine as a light for a new sun, a new day.
Come and recruit me into your band. Period.
Hello, it's my one and only, the only one I'm missing. When you give me joy and blessings, you know that I love you, and I can't wait to say I do. But before I come to waiting, you're the me. My praise is my only number, and I just want to let you know that you're nothing like you. See many faces, no one thing like. I cannot replace it 'cause you are my baby. No one thing like you. I cannot be crazy 'cause you are my baby. No one thing like you. No one like you, one like you. No one. About a year ago, before I met you. I can't do without you. Now you would have broke my blessing. Now you would have broke my blessing. Girl, you are my life. You're the finest.
my real estate people. You people are too serious. I don't understand. I've been racking my brain trying to understand. Okay, we have done the corporate bish event. We have finished. Some are still on their laptops. Some are still. What is the problem? Gone. These people don't like to have fun in this life. But it's only work. If people understand, I don't understand. I work, but when it comes to unwinding, I let my head down because all work and no play causes high blood pressure. So we're about to start. You can just move your body. Hey, don't worry, I've dropped my corporate MC hat. So right now is about that time. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to experience another level of NE5. Don't worry, let me calm down. But seriously, like, loosen up. Tomorrow is work, right? So this night, somebody say this night. Somebody say Nabania. Have fun. Tell your neighbor, have fun. Tell your neighbor now, have fun. Try to have fun. Have some fun. Walk. See it again. Walk. So try to have fun. But this band is really giving. What do we think about this band? Band we sabi. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. For RCL band, drum rolls. Forget, it's this suit that is still making us serious. If I don't fling them since. Because Think Mean said they wanted, bougie, corporate. We said, no, any fire, keep your fire down a little bit. But right about now, we're about to unleash the fire in here. Are you ready for the heat? Ladies and gentlemen, it's REDA 2025 Awards. Who's excited? If I say this place too cold. No, I know what is happening. They're like, where's that woman that was very bougie? We can't relate. What's going on here? Money cannot buy happiness, so. Go and ask one girl that married one old man. Right now, she's crying. She's crying. Inside Lamborghini, she's crying. Ladies and gentlemen, money cannot buy happiness. Money cannot buy happiness. Hey, now who no go? No. Who no go? No. Child, who could be my Romeo now? Child. Me and you. Me and you. Baby, I cannot sing the Igbo in that part, yeah. and gentlemen, give it up for RCL Band. Now bring it down, DJ, bring it down. DJ, where have you been since? You are playing, let's say you don't resurrect. Don't worry, we don't come on corporate MC hats. It's time now for the real estate discussions and awards 2025. Who's excited? If you're not, I'll come and stand in your front if you don't clap. Ladies and gentlemen, who is excited? Okay now, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had an incredible time, right? We've been having a lot of insights. We've been having so many solutions and, bold conversations, but it's time for us to move to the awards segment of the day. And I'm very excited. I see some winners here already, but I'm not going to announce because we have our videos ready with our nominees. If you're a nominee, I know that that's why you're here. But I'm excited to move on to the categories. And the first category for the real estate discussions and awards 2025. DJ, play me da-dun, 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 drum rolls. The category, Real Estate Woman of the Year, REDA 2025. Can we have the video for the nominees? Let's work on the volume. DJ, let me know when the volume is ready. Let's work on the volume, please. Now, at REDA, we don't just talk about transformation. We celebrate individuals who are driving that transformation. And today, we are going to be having this award ceremony. Oh, Foma, I see you. My Urobo sister. I see you, I see you, I see you. Do we have our volume up now? Okay, so at REDA, we organize
the award for Real Estate Woman of the Year. And the nominees are Sadia Ali, CEO Urban Shelter, Jamila Fani, MD CEO M&E Kaiser, Ikechi Okonkwo, MD CEO Nedcom Oaks, Shade Hughes, CEO Mixter Africa, Ifoma Ilisomi, MD Hazing Homes. And the winner is...
I'm going to be calling on the CEO of ThinkMate to present this phenomenal award of the Real Estate Woman of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Imelda Usoro Olaoye. Ladies and gentlemen, the Real Estate Woman of the Year, REDA 2025. And the winner is Jamila Fani, MD&E Kaiser. You can do better than that. She's not just a woman, she's the Real Estate Woman of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. Come on now. REDA 2025, Real Estate Woman of the Year. How amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all your amazing work. Thank you for making womanhood proud. I'm proud to be a woman at this time. Okay, for gender balance, our next category. Okay, da-da-da-da. Are the men ready? Are the men ready? Are the men ready? Are the men ready? Because our next category is for the men. Men in the house say, uh-huh, uh-huh.
The award for Real Estate Man
he's
of
pregnant.
the Year. And the nominees are Odunayo Ojo, CEO UPDC, Laide Agbola, CEO Purple Group, Paul Nwanide, MD.
Media, you talk when I say you should talk. Ladies and gentlemen, our next category is for the men. The men in the house, are we here? Say yes. Say yes. Okay, right about now, I'm honored to present the Real Estate Man of the Year Award, REDA 2025, and the nominees are. Media, is now I want you to do your thing now.
The award for Real Estate Man of the Year. And the nominees are Odunayo Ojo, CEO UPDC, Laide Agbola, CEO Purple Group, Paul Nwanide, MD CEO Landmark Africa, Shotayo Shunuga, CEO Having Homes, Engineer Bola Adebajo, FSNE CEO MGE Realty, Dr. Oluwatosin Olajutoye, CEO Xylus Group.
Okay.
And the winner is...
Okay, I'll be calling on Mr. Femi Awofala, CEO Africa Catalyst, to present this phenomenal award of REDA 2025 Real Estate Man of the Year. And the winner is... Wow. And the winner is Laide Agbola, CEO Purple Group. Where is he? Okay, so he's being represented. Congratulations, Purple Group. Your excellence is top notch. I can attest to that. Congratulations, Purple Group. Very, very well deserved. Congratulations, Purple Group. Once again, please a round of applause for them. So I'd like to call on Linda Ochugboa, Head Digital Media Business Day, to come forward on stage because you're going to be presenting this award. And the next category is Young Real Estate Person of the Year. The nominees are So you can please pause it and then play it again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to see this young real estate person of the year that is doing great things. You know, when you see people that are young and their head is correct, it's a very good thing. Because sometimes some people are young and their head is not, you understand, it's not correct. They wait.
The award for Young Real Estate Person of the Year. And the nominees are Chukwuka Okoye, MD CEO, Basibus Housing, Dr. Ayobami Alo, CEO, Elanoris Real Estate, Munir Suleiman, MD CEO, Suakasa, Temidayo Oloyede, co-founder, CEO, Edala Homes, Tobi Ajewole Akerele, MD CEO, Gidi Real Estate. And the winner is
Chukwuka Okoye, MD CEO, Fasibus Housing. Where is he? Chukwuka Okoye, where are you? Where are you? Congratulations to Chukwuka Okoye. He's ably represented by Caroline of Think Mid Group. Congratulations, congratulations. Young Real Estate Person of the Year, REDA 2025. Congratulations. We celebrate you. Okay, our next category is Property Development Company of the Year, Residential. So we have 3 different categories for this particular award, Property Development Company of the Year. And to present this award, I'd like to call on Habinuchi Owonda, Enive's country manager. A round of applause for him as he comes up on stage. The Real Estate Discussions Awards 2025, Property Development Company of the Year, Residential, and the nominees are
the award for Property Development Company of the Year, Residential, and the nominees are MGE Realty, GMH Luxury, Urban Shelter, Haven Homes, Crockstone Development and Investments. And the winner is
Haven Homes! Congratulations! DJ, as they are coming out, be playing, let them be dancing as they are coming up on stage. Exactly. That's more like kids. Come on. Give us. Yes, so. Hey, say. Come on now. Congratulations, Haven Homes. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, REDA 2025 Property Development Company of the Year, Residential. Congratulations again, Haven Homes. For our next category, Property Development Company of the Year, Commercial. To present this award, I'd like to call on Dr. Ella Eze Adi.
The award
if I had known I would pronounce this name, I would not ask this thing so.
Commercial.
Don't let me cut my tongue. AKA Veronica's daughter. A round of applause for Veronica's daughter as she comes to present this award.
And
let's have the video for the nominees of the Property Development Company of the Year,
Commercial. And the nominees are Day Speakers. And the winner is
Urban Shelter! DJ, where is my music? Ibuku, you must dance particularly. Let's go. Hey! Congratulations, Urban Shelter. Ladies and gentlemen, REDA 2025 Property Development Company of the Year, Commercial. Congratulations, Urban Shelter. Thank you, DJ. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next category. REDA 2025 Property Development Company of the Year, Retail. To present this award, I'd like to invite Frank Peters, Vice President, PAC Capital. A round of applause for him as he comes up on stage. Media, let's have the
Award for
video.
Property Development Company of the Year, Retail. And the nominees are Purple for Purple Lekki, Wemabod Estates, El Salam for Awolowo Tech Mall, Dominant Engineering, Landmark Africa. And the winner is
Purple for Purple Lekki. Purple, this is your second award. What is going on here? Dance, so no waka go stage. Dance, 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 dance. You are collecting 2 awards. Come on, that's it. That's it. Congratulations, Purple Group. Big, big, big congratulations. Congratulations, Purple Group. It's your second award for the night. Not only you waka come. Congratulations. Okay, our next category. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Our next category is the Real Estate Company of the Year, Site and Service. And to present this award, I would like to call on the CEO, founder, Think Mint Nigeria, Imelda Usoro Olaoye, to present this award. A round of applause for her. Putting this
Award for
together
Real
for
Estate
6 times is no
Company
small
of the
feat.
Year, Site and Service. And the nominees are Elanoris Real Estate, Amen Estate, Silas Group, Veritasi Homes, Idala Homes. And the winner is
Amen Estate! Congratulations, Amen Estate. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, Amen Estate. Real Estate Company of the Year, Site and Service. Moving on quickly to the next category, Prop Tech Company of the Year. And to present this award, I'll call on Habinuchi Owonda again, Country Manager, CBRE. A round of applause for him as he comes up to present this award.
the award for PropTech Company of the Year. And the nominees are Domot, Construct, Vamphi, Good Tenants, Rebar Perfecta. And the winner is
Domot! As in Domots. Domot. Where you dig? Hey! Give us! Hey! Give us! Let's go! Give us! Congratulations, Domot! So men that wear suits actually dance too. Yeah. Congratulations, Domot! Hey! PropTech Company of the Year. Well done. Very, very well done. Okay, our last category for the night. Ladies and gentlemen, let's allow Domot have his moments. Domot, how do you feel on a scale of 1 to 10? How excited are you?
10.
10, come on, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, our next category and our last category for the night. Real Estate Company of the Year, Top Emergent Series.
the award for Real Estate Company of the Year, the Top Emerging Series. And the nominees are Hunter Projects, Fasibus Housing, Swakasa, BAM Properties, Michelle Homes, Ella Norris Real.
And the Real Estate Company of the Year, Top Emergent Series. The winner is Ella Norris Real Estate. And buffet. But before we do that, DJ, bring it down. I don't want my voice to finish before next week. I have another event. Thank you. If the voice finish, what will I use? Thank you. Okay, so before we go, I'm going to call on the one who brought us all together, the one who has honored us, the one who has celebrated us, the one who has put all this hard work in, not just for 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about no other than Imelda Usoro Alaoye to give us her closing remark. We can do better than that. Make your applause louder.
Raise up, raise up.
Raise up, exactly.
Raise up.
Okay, so I'm so excited. Thank you so much, everyone, for making these 2 days very interesting. It's exciting to see that people stayed, even yesterday to the end, today, same thing. We're very grateful. This is our 60th edition, and for me, it's something that we've seen evolve, and we're so happy that we're actually adding value, to the ecosystem, and that for me is very dear to my heart. So I'm very grateful to everyone for the support. Thankful to the keynote speakers, particularly to our partners and our sponsors for making this event successful. I'm so grateful. In between, I had a bad news in my family on Wednesday, and it was like I wasn't going to be here, But the drive, the fact that for me, the real estate industry in Nigeria must work. I'm very passionate about the real estate industry in Nigeria. I think means we're passionate about the real estate industry in Nigeria. And we're here to ensure that it works. Things have to work. And we're so happy that the government, public sector, private sector are looking into it and are working with us to make this work. So I'm grateful to everyone. Thank you so much. We keep pushing REDA to 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, even beyond me, beyond everyone in this room, in the team. Thank you so much. I'm also grateful to the entire team. You can see everyone in yellow. Thank you so much, ladies. And the 2 gentlemen that we have in the organization. Thank you so much for all the hard work and for moving with my speed. Thank you so much. And thank you to Enifome for managing the situation. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we have buffet, we have dinner served. Please join in, enjoy yourself. We have good music. Please dance, relax. The sector is always hard. We're always tight-faced. Every time we're calculating money. Please relax yourself this evening, at least for once in a year. So always look forward to REDA to relax yourself. Thank you so much. See you at REDA 2026. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dance.
Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Table by table.
Get up.